Hi chat. Hi chat. What's up? Here, I gotta fix my music stuff.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow, by the way, Dino. Appreciated. Over on the Twitch. But guys, I brought Ava back because we need our elf. I'm used to see Lily get some roasting. She loved to talk about taking the high road, then set up a hit piece on Cinder. Yeah, so just so we can clear one thing up before we start, because I actually had a lot of people, when I started talking about Lily, say, well, what does Lily have to do with this, other than the fact that she responded to Cinder's apology? Well, Lily did a stream talking about the Cinder situation, where she admitted that she actually set up the whole campaign against her. And I believe this only came out because Bao did a stream about it, and Bao accidentally said during her stream, yeah, Lily approached me a week before. And now Lily has her name permanently tied to it. I don't think she ever would have come forward and admitted that she helped set this up if Bao hadn't said that.
Yeah, Bao kind of gave away the big thing there. And like you said, I don't think Shy Lily would have directly responded the way she did, and if Bao hadn't already given up the goose.
Yeah, so Bao kind of messed that up. I will say that... So we are going to cover two different videos today in our cross-examination of Lily.
This is not a defense of Cinder.
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks that clearly hasn't read or listened to anybody's statements. I believe that Cinder is competitive and jealous, petty, and insecure to a toxic level. I don't believe that everything she knew... I don't think she knew everything Redacted was doing, but I think she knew enough to you know, especially like with the Silver Veil situation. But this right here is not a defense of Cinder. It is a cross-examination of Shy Lily.
Yes. So we're gonna have another little writing thing here, chat. And that's because we have two videos. We have the one that Lily edited herself, or her editor did, for her channel, and then we have another one from a channel called Daily Dose of VTubers, which is the same content, but it's twice as long. It included a bunch of stuff that Lily's editor cut out. Because Lily's addressing the Cinder situation is only 17 minutes long, but then the Daily Dose of VTubers is 37 minutes. And I've watched through both of them, and Lily cut out a whole bunch of stuff that makes her look not so great. Some people have saved and archived this video because they think it might get removed.
Do you want to watch the Shy Lily one first, and then watch the one that has uncut content?
Yeah, that's...
Okay, cool.
I figured we'd do that.
I think watch the Shy Lily one. Content?
We'd do
I
that.
think that would be the best way.
We will discuss conspiracy theories later, chat. For now, we want to focus on the facts and what we can prove and disprove. So this was uploaded to Lily's channel a day ago. This is her on stream talking about the Cinder stuff. And I need to... boop. I'm going to change my filters so everybody can hear her just fine.
There's two things I genuinely wish to address, not because, you know, a lot of...
Right here, we're gonna just play at normal speed because Lily talks super fast.
people were making it a big deal, but some people have brought it up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just explain. When everything went down, God, the Bao's cries are forever ringing in my head. That was so tough. I'm having a...
I just want to point that out, chat. First 30 seconds of addressing the Cinder situation, she immediately jumps into emotional manipulation.
Yeah, she goes into pulling on the emotional threads. Because I will say this, somebody asked me to watch the Bao stuff, I had to figure out what some of the more, like, not crossing a legal line, but like approaching one that I was concerned with. And I will say, as an empath, it was incredibly difficult to get through Bao's string of her video. But I think people need to understand there's a reason why it's so difficult. And while I think the feelings are real, I think the tears could be real on some level. I feel like they're pushed out a little harder for the emotional weight of it.
I will say, and we can talk about this later, but given the context, I think Bao is probably the most genuine person in the group.
Bao and Silverbill both.
Yeah, because it comes out with Bao that she only found out about this like a day before all the docs went live.
And wasn't she pressured in like releasing the doll or doing something, and she just got through a surgery?
She just got through a surgery, and they immediately pounced on her. It's like, hey, Bao, we need to talk to you about this. And literally a day later is when they were planning to drop everything. So
that's oh my God, Jesus! I mean, even as you just look at that,
yeah,
by itself is kind of like sussy.
Yeah. So if anybody in here is the most genuine, personally, I think it's Bao. But we will continue. I just want to say I don't like that she immediately dives into emotional manipulation using somebody else too.
Hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her, because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you
Yeah, so she goes immediately from emotional manipulation, Bao is crying, into poisoning the well. You were just being manipulated by Cinder.
This is logical manipulation.
Yeah. Immediately runs into
someone's experience or youth. Look, I've been here longer. I know what's going on. Just trust me, bro. Like, that's kind of what that's going on. Now, again, I'm going to excuse a lot of this initial hard, like, throws out that are being made by Shillelagh, because I do believe part of it is like a mama bear reaction. I do think part of her really did react to Bao's reaction to it, and it just fueled the quote-unquote fire. So I'm giving her some slack there and some leeway, but there will be a point where you see we're out of it. We're out of slack.
read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. It was 10 a.m, I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so...
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Making Cinder be this Voldemort-type person. Like, oh my god, what's she gonna come up with? What she came up with was firing her manager for the inappropriate and unprofessional behavior and saying, hey, everybody, hold tight. I gotta get my thoughts together. That's not... Jesus. Okay.
Mizu didn't go mute. Mizu's still here. But yeah, she immediately goes into like this rant about like, oh, she's here. We'll add that to it as well. I'm kind of just going through it slowly, chat. Why can you not? There we go. So what would we call that? Or do we just file that under the Cinder as a manipulator bit?
That's kind of just doubling down on Cinder's her manipulator, and she's such a good one that those without experience just won't be able to catch it. But trust me,
yeah,
she's there. She's behind the scenes doing her Voldemort thing.
I do have to say, keep in mind that she has not, including in this release video, publicly stated that she knew about the doc drop beforehand yet. So she accidentally drops it right there that she was freaking out the night before the docs came out. So So she has already told people that she knew it was going to happen without openly saying she knew it was going to happen.
But that is actually true, yeah.
Two, it's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And worst of all,
You're right, it is.
throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. If yesterday was the first time you saw me crash out, which I'm pretty sure that is for every single person ever in this community, I'm sorry. Reading this made me more vulnerable to demonic possession. I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needlessly to say, more.
So she definitely needed somebody to help her script this, because she's going to repeatedly say stuff that just doesn't make, like, complete sense. Like there where she says
she has, like, receipts.
everything that's out there is publicly through receipts. What does that mean?
Yeah,
Are
it's
you
just
saying
hearsay.
you have receipts for everything?
I think that is what she's kind of saying, and she's also saying, I think this is her weird way of acknowledging that this is all just he said, she said.
Yeah.
But it was very poorly done.
No, so I don't want to spoil it, because it continually goes downhill, and I kind of want people to just experience it for themselves. But just keep that in mind. Everything Cinder said is hearsay, which we will add to the chart. I'll keep adding to my little chart in the background.
Stuff has happened, but most of these things don't have receipts, or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Some of the stuff you.
So she is claiming here that they have more receipts about Cinder, but they're not, that you can't physically show them, or they can't share them because they have private information. So if you can't...
Yeah, there's called censors.
Yeah, she's going to get around to this.
Easily do that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to get around to this in a minute, but what she means by can't share them is it's complete hearsay from third parties. And then for the other one, yeah, you can just censor it. So in reality, what she has just said is, we don't have evidence, and we're not going to show it to you if we do have it. Because there's no excuse for her to not show it.
might.
Actually,
There
real
are
quick,
some,
I'm gonna move my
but
little chart thing over
again-
to the other side.
I mean, if you have anything remotely more damning, you should have led with that, because again, this is like, we have to scope it out, and like nothing like objectively illegal happened here. This is some scummy business practices and some scummy shit that happened. But again, like, this is all like high school drama, one person undercutting the other person for the new lead in a school play. Like, that's the equivalent of what we're fucking dealing with here.
I'm adding this to the chart. They have evidence but can't provide.
Talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. The next couple days will just be people expressing the disappointment. It is
Accountability.
typical
What?
narcissistic
So, ever.
manipulation fashion. Like, this whole
You're gonna get used to her saying typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Just throws that out there.
So, an interesting thing regarding the pathology of narcissistic personality disorder. Many people can have narcissistic traits, but you have to have, I think it's 5 or 6 of the total number that there are in order to be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. However, one of the markers are consistent, like, people with narcissistic personality disorder will consistently remind you about narcissism, what they do. Why? Because it's a form of deflection. It's a form of like, well, this is what this guy's doing, and that's pretty narcissistic, but you come to find out, and I'm not saying this is what's happening here, but you come to find out that, oh, the person who is trying to convince everybody against them as a narcissist is, in fact, the one who's a narcissist.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. It's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way.
That's not what was said in Cinder's apology, though.
Not only is that not what was said...
like, empirically, that is not what's said.
Yeah, not only is that not what was said, but they keep trying to push this idea that if she claims that she didn't know stuff, that's just her lying. But none of you have ever made the connection between what Red said and Cinder saying it.
Into, oh, I don't know anything, and I'm sorry, but I remember seeing a lot of Cinder taking accountability for where she was clearly fucked up and over the line. Especially with Silverveil, especially with some of the other people, but for her to make one of her big defenses, one of her big denials is, look, Redacted, I did not know everything that Redacted was going. And yes, I did cheat on him, and it was, oh, well, you're a cheater, so you like him. Well, let's just pump the brakes here, okay? Somebody cheats on another person if, usually there's not a lot of communication, there's unfulfilled desires, etc., etc. So, if already a pathology of what happens with a relationship where two people end up cheating on each other, someone cheats on the other person, well, it usually ends up being this. The manager, the boyfriend, isn't actually communicating, fulfilling their desires, making them less anxious, making them feel safe, and stuff like that. So this actually falls in line with her admitting that she's cheated on him, that she did not know everything that he was talking about.
Yeah.
And I'm only saying that because it just matches up with the health of the relationship.
Exactly.
Like,
Cinder is not. Cinder is a
it's
victim,
just
but
business
not a victim in a sense of what you guys are trying to think. Cinder is a victim of like Mean Girls behavior, but she is entirely responsible and needs to own her part in it because she did do wrong here. So understand, again, one more time, for everybody here, this is not a defense of Cinder. This is a cross-examination of Cy Lily.
Also, we're not going to keep addressing that. Because
that's my last time.
This is the reality, chat, is two people can be wrong at the same time. Just
it's
because they're
possible.
wrong to each other doesn't mean one of them is suddenly right. And we're actually going to see in the full Lily video that Cinder might actually be right in some respects regarding specifically Lily.
When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take actions. The company has to pay damages and make amends.
So I have a complaint with this, because while this is true, you guys are trying to say this has nothing to do with business. So you can't be like, oh, this has nothing to do with business. This has
you can't make
with
a
us.
business analogy after just saying this has nothing to do with business.
Yeah. The whole argument here is that she was our friend. Anyways, from a business perspective, she's going to have to take full responsibility for everything he did. But I thought she was your friend.
Yeah.
Lily is unironically saying it's just business here.
For the employee, it's just business. You burn Houston.
And I hate so much
you
the
do what you want to
application
do.
of that meme.
If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not doesn't matter. You had a good time. Again, if you cope by burning your merch, I am judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate
this I
it.
do agree
I'm
with.
strongly
People
anti-drama.
just
I don't
burning
care
their
for
shit
it.
is
I'm
just
used.
stupid.
I agree with it, but she shouldn't be saying it on her stream, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Because this is a stream
Yeah, I agree with
recognizing
that.
the trying to talk about her experience and how it hurt her, and she spends a non-zero amount of time talking about what to do with Cinder's merch. That, again, you're kind of looping it back to this is just sort of business for you.
She did say it's just business.
Really not well informed. I'm not very chronically online either. I often wake up, go stream, go game, go bed. The thing with the no drama rule is, every time you have rules like this, there's a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game. Man, I do wish, I'm
It's not, though,
living
because there are legal lines that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
scroll back
you don't
just
care
an
anymore,
inch.
but guess what? You're crashing out, and you could say something that could cost you, like, financially, because you're just being stupid and you're speaking on things you shouldn't speak about. And I'm
Yeah.
speaking specifically about, like, her as a partial owner, gaming subs her, or brigading and encouraging people to destroy Cinder's merch or donate it or not buy it or whatever. She shouldn't be making those kinds of statements. You can say Cinder's stinky. You could say she was manipulative to you. You could say all kinds of insults. It's not a problem. But when you start going after like somebody's like financial well-being, that's a line you don't cross.
Yeah.
And that's a line that you guys are angry because you believe Cinder has crossed it. So you can't yourself cross this line.
Yeah, so I scrolled back a bit and we'll hear that specific section again.
line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game. Man, I do...
That's something you just can't say. If I feel you've crossed a line, I will throw out all of my morals. That's not how morals work.
Your morals are something that like are solid and stable if you have good character. If you're saying somebody slights you, fuck your morals. What are you, Shane from The Walking Dead?
Yeah.
Like, come on, just because things get hard, does it mean you abandon your morals? Those are the things you should not abandon when things get hard. So
it's not a
little
moral if you
wild to say
abandon
that.
it when it gets hard. Just point blank.
Yeah, it's not a moral. Yeah, if you abandon it because line gets crossed, then it's not a moral.
I'm living at the goddamn ass crack of the world compared to all my friends. I really wish I could just have a short little flight over and be like, man, I'm sorry, Boober. Everyone is so sad. I don't want to make it sound like only Bao is sad, but Bao got stabbed real bad. Let me just address two things, because I know most people are caught up. Then I'll get you a TLDR. I know this hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? I'm not a fucking bitch. Everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out. I'm not gonna fucking cancel my fucking friends just because they called me a bitch, or in the heat of the moment and in great panic they threw me under the bus.
Is that not what you're doing right now?
Not only is that what she's doing, I guess you realize that she just said that this is supposedly behavior she has seen for a long time and just never said anything about.
Which, again, is fine because it shouldn't be something that you make a public statement about your friend misbehaving. You talk to your friend. If they don't respond, then fine. Just fucking pull what I call the old Irish exit, okay? Fucking go away and cut them out of your life without saying a word. I promise you it's far more fucking effective than this drama cancellation campaign bullshit.
Yeah, it's not great. Oh, don't worry, chat. She will tell us why she didn't talk to her.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
do believe that Bao needs a hug.
You're back in the corner, scraping the bottom of the barrel. You cope by lashing out. You deflect. I'm not saying it's good, but it happens. I'm not gonna throw a fucking Google Docie out there just because I've been mildly done wrong once. You know? The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular thing. like 5 or so days ago. It was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic. They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do.
So I will throw out here that she openly admits that this started because stuff about specifically her leaked. And she claims it's slander. Keep in mind, she said it was slanderous stuff. That she was slandering her. Which, by the way, it's not. You could say slanderous, I'll let that slide, because even though it's not technically slander, I understand people are using that as like
a word.
Yeah, people are using that as like a word.
It's slanderous is not actual like classified defamation or slander or libel, you know, like legally actionable. Slanderous is just an adjective.
Yeah. So keep in mind, she says that one of the slanderous things she said was that Lily was trying to dodge collabs. And Lily is making fun of that assertion.
I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Because at that one, I already knew. The one person
Oh my god, yes, she's just admitting to didn't they, go at Cinder pretty hard for canceling and dodging collabs?
Yes.
Hearsay Lily dodging and canceling collabs?
So she says, I only dodged 3.
Sides here. These guys are all just bitches.
Yeah, she goes, I only dodged 3, and one of them was a dentist, one of them I just didn't want to, and one of them I dodged because of Cinder. It's like, so you just admitted it wasn't slander. She just clocked you. That was something I kept getting out of this video when I was watching it, is a lot of it was just Lily admitting that Cinder straight clocked her, as being like a mean girl.
Is the reason for me dodging? Is the one concern as to why I'm dodging? What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. It's called projection. Cause she fucking knew. Anyways,
That's Lily's excuse for it. Is even though it was true, it was projection.
I don't know. That it just
Also, keep in mind,
this just tells me this is high school.
Yes. Also,
this is the shit in high school.
Well, keep in mind, she's saying, well, nobody else had a problem with it. Well, Cinder's problem with it was leaked from a third party. How do you know no one else had a problem with it? Do you think they're going to say it to your face? Cinder wouldn't even say it to your face. Clearly, they don't. They're scared of telling it to you.
I think a lot of people are afraid of, standing up to or challenging Cy Lily.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this. She is, she's kind of queen of the indies. People, literally refer to her as queen of the indies. Even though she's not really an indie anymore, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Accused of not acknowledging her when she rates. Oh, sorry. You know when Buff rated me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pop of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff
Oh my
Pop
god, okay,
from
this
Twitch.
is extremely petty.
Not only is this petty...
Look, this is so fucking petty.
So, not only is this petty, this didn't come from Cinder. This came from Red.
It didn't. Yeah, it came from Red. And what was crazy is, some people make the argument, well, she said, welcome to the raid Parapucks, but she didn't say Cinder by name. It's like, okay, you're splitting hairs at that point. This was an accusation that was proven false, and even then, Shiloh this mad about it. Holy crap. Yeah, Sparkies, yes, you called it.
TV over here. Now I get to say it. When she raided, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid.
Are you
like
angry
I have with everyone.
that you
That I get the
are
full
you
government
angry that
name
you
out.
got raided? Because that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, she also, like, it's one thing to not take, like, a 2 seconds out of your stream to, like, do just for, like, any regular raid, because once you get to a big size, you are kind of getting raided by tons of little people, right? But getting raided by your friends who are in the same company with you, you do kind of take your time out to mention stuff to them. Watch, like, any Twitch streamer, when their big friends come raid them, sometimes they even use that dumb Twitch knock feature, and they stream together for, like, 5 or 10 minutes during the raid. I'm not saying Lily has to do this, but she's acting like it's so, like, bizarre and unheard of to do it. Like, no, it's what everyone else does.
There, because apparently else people don't feel graced. Like, damn, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. Just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting that.
So, this wouldn't sound important, but trust me when I say her bringing up V-Card and saying that she was not at all offended by
she's
it
not upset.
is very important.
Yeah, she says she's not upset by V-Card. Everyone put that little, like, quick little, like, time back machine. Just make sure you keep that in your mind.
Yeah, she's not upset, and her excuse for why she wasn't upset about V-Card was, well, I still talk to her. That doesn't mean she's not upset. Like, we clearly know that Cinder was upset with you, but she was still doing collabs with you. Literally doesn't mean anything.
One screenshot started it all, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. Somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. And she knows that too, because it happened last year as well. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me. So if she wants to plan something, she knows where to go, and she has used it in the past, recently. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty
Now
of
you
ghosting.
said 3 collabs. Now it's
Yeah.
8 collab, but you said you dodged 3. So what's going on? Keep the number correct. I'm sorry, this is cross-examination. We have to pick apart the statement. But yes, she said she dodged 3 collabs. Now she only said she dodged 1 collab.
Well, she specifically says she only dodged 1 because she doesn't feel like it. When originally she said she dodged
Oh, okay.
1 because she didn't feel like it, and 1 because she already knew Cinder was bad.
2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related. AFK drop, V-Card drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important. Long story short,
I'm gonna be honest with you, that genuinely just is good business. Like, spamming collabs is typically not very good for, like, your metrics, because people get kind of worn out on it. They're kind of there to see their streamer, and if somebody's constantly talking over them, it kind of becomes an issue in the long run. So she's like, she only approaches me for collabs when there's, like, an event that we can do it around. Yeah, that, now you sound petty. And that's what really annoys me, is people aren't hearing how petty she sounds when she says this stuff. She tries to paint it with this brush of, well, Cinder was just in it for the business. So, well, so are you. It's whatever.
that was the one message that got everything rolling, because I explained how that's weird, that's cringe and manipulative. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents. She has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do. And obviously, me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, because, you know, that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao. And Nano,
why wasn't the responses, this is weird, this is cringe, do you want to go and talk to Cinder about it? I'll go there with you, but we should probably clear this up. Instead, no. We need to spread this throughout all of our group friends to people who might be affected. That this is not the actions or the consultation of a friend.
Yeah, chat. So I see a couple people starting to realize I was right about this in here. Yes, Lily openly admits that she started this. It's not like an assumption. It's not me reading too deeply into things. Lily explicitly says, I pressured Nano to send this stuff around.
She's the one, she's like, oh no, this seems weird. You need to get this out to the people. This is serious. I'm sorry, but like, is that not manipulation?
Yeah. Like, it's bizarre to me that people just missed this part, because this is in her part. This isn't something that was cut out.
Yeah, this is actually in her part.
Also, I do really quick want to touch on my super chats while we have a pause. Coolzer for 5. Lurking while work. Welcome for the meme idea. Sly Maverick for 2. Gonna catch the VOD later. Take it easy. Nerdy Tech's an accountant. I don't find Nano trustworthy. She tried to get Kevin canceled last year. Also, Sparky's Google Docs and video about how she did the screenshots out of order. And then Ori Crony Fanboy for 5. Nano is not innocent either. She was willing to drop the job for a figure. Yeah, like people.
Which again, exclusivity things are a thing. Encourage somebody to cancel something, it might not be. That could be what Ellen mentioned when he was talking about torturous interference. But again, there's just not enough here, and Nanolist needs some personal responsibility in keeping her client's information privileged. Like, I'm sorry, it needs to be the fact that you can go to her website and it says she charges $1,000 extra for secrecy parentheses NDA is disgusting to me. Secrecy should be a default for you.
I will agree with that, but I will also say I've seen it be very common in the industry, because a lot of artists will live stream creating their work as a way to kind of like double dip on
which that makes sense,
content.
But like her wording, and again, maybe it's because English isn't her first language, but she says secrecy and then parentheses NDA, which tells me that, okay, this might amount to NDA, but I think in Alice's mind, secrecy is her talking about your stuff at all, even to other clients privately. Then I don't think she quite makes that fucking connection, which is why she does not respect client confidentiality, which she needs to.
I will say likely what happened, and I only know this because I've worked with other artists that have had this in the past, is she probably believes it only applies to her live streaming it and posting works in progress.
Yeah, you're probably right.
In Giga Chat, she is agreed a few days later because Bao had surgery. So it took a while. We went in a group chat. Can you imagine? That Giga Chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything. Not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years. And
I have to bring this up because she says they proved it was a pattern across multiple people over years. The only information we have been showed is 3 years ago, Nano canceled a Silver Barrel commission without being asked to. And she showed that herself. Both Red and Cinder were confused why she canceled it 3 years ago. And she has not provided any proof that they have asked her to cancel that. The only one they canceled...
up in Sparky's chronological ordering of the screenshots?
Yes. one of the oldest screenshots is I canceled Silvervale's thing, and Red responding, why? It's not until...
Wait, are you serious? So
yes.
Red actually asked... Okay, so come on, guys. This is not... Yeah, this couldn't even be torturous interference.
No, for Bao it would be.
Well,
so that's the thing.
okay, yeah,
2 years later, Red is asking them to cancel Bao's. They never show Cinder asking for that cancellation. These are the only 2 situations which we have any proof of somebody actually being hurt by Cinder. But Shy Lily is now saying that with the evidence they have a pattern of her doing this to multiple people in their group chat. I'm gonna need actual evidence of that. Sparky super chat for 5. To me, Nano needs to post the messages before 11/17/2023 for me to believe the manipulation claim. You can't use it happened in 2025, so it stands here.
yeah.
But yeah, she
And again, regarding defamatory statements and such, the statute of limitations in many jurisdictions is 1 year. You have a single year to file between when the statement was made and when you could actually get any actual. So if this was somehow actionable as slander or defamation or libel or what have you, it doesn't really matter because all of these things were done in 2023. They're well past the statute of limitations.
Yeah. Now, for me, it's just, it's weird.
This all sounds like Mean Girls, Civil War, VTuber, this and yeah. High school brat behavior, bro. Anyway, take this dono.
Yeah, thank you for the 10, Kobe.
Respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night. Give it 1 night. Let's sleep over it. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen. This isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things. Complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen? Again,
so I'm glad she says complete speculation.
Yeah.
Because this is the reality. Just because somebody did something bad to you doesn't mean they're going around doing it to everybody. And I always hate when they're like, well, they did it one time.
Yeah, this is a perceived slight.
Yeah. And my biggest issue with this is she's claiming they have all this evidence in this big group chat of people. We have only ever seen conversation between Red and Nano. Well, we've only seen Nano's DMs.
It's extremely annoying.
Supposedly there's just dozens of people in this circle that have all these little pieces of evidence, but you only showed us Nano's DMs. Every single one of you that made a post only showed Nano's DMs. That is bizarre to me if you actually do have all this evidence.
Speculation, but we were like, we would feel terrible knowing that she conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group, and we all knew she was gonna throw her manager under the bus. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live, and you know what she's done? The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Blocked. We knew this was happening.
Yeah, no, that's not a plus for your argument.
No. Well, what I just heard was that we decided not to go to Red and not to go to Cinder about any of this information. We decided to post it, and then after posting it, when Redactor or Cinder, whoever, tried to reach out to Nanolis already had the block. So you totally fucking blocked them out, fucking couldn't give them a chance to handle this privately and actually fucking work it out like adults. Instead, you decided you wanted Blood Sports 2 Electric Boogaloo, because that's what this is. This is Internet Blood Sports.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
Whatever. We've said our piece. There's no reason to continue to dogpile onto it. But then...
But you're making this stream. I like how she says we said our piece, because this is before the Cinder apology. Up until this point, Lily has not publicly been involved with this, which is suspect, considering she is behind the scenes pushing it and organizing it.
But next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry you got...
Wait.
Did you hear that? I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, I don't remember reading any of that. And then this is why I'm bringing up Cinder's apology right now. But maybe that's what she said. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't remember any, I'm sorry you feel this way. Sorry, Jesus.
What she's trying to reference is there's, I believe, exactly 3 points in Cinder's document, which is a massive document, by the way, where she says, I'm sorry Red did that, and I didn't know. It's like...
Okay, so I see, I'm sorry I made you feel forgotten.
Yeah.
Which is a proper apologies, because it's like, yeah.
One of the accusations is we felt forgotten.
Yep. Right there. I'm sorry you had to get dragged into this. That's kind of a weird. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner. I'm not. I clicked Control F. I typed in sorry. There are 22 sorries in here, and I've yet to find a single one that echoes the interpretation Shy Lily is giving us.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. I know I've made a lot of keywords of gunning. I've gone through every single one now. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not there.
Yeah.
And again, people can be mad at me, but I opened up the doc. I fucking searched through every instance of sorry, and what Shy Lily just interpreted as was not what was reported and was not what was said.
Yeah. What she's trying to get at, and what multiple people have tried to get at, is if Cinder blames Red for anything, it means Cinder is lying. But that's not how that works. Because if he really did do it without her knowledge, what else is she supposed to say? By default, in order for your argument to work, you have to assume she's lying.
The fact that the doc dropped and her first response is firing her manager tells me that, yeah, she didn't. That seemed like a visceral, emotional reaction.
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh my god, this was going on. You're fucking fired, dude. Like, that's what it seems like to me.
Caught in this. I'm sorry I was manipulated into hurting you. Fuck of an apology, bro. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself. For someone that is so upset.
You didn't make a call out. Do you not think that's a little weird? Is that just me?
Yeah, that's a weird one.
Because she just brings up this, you didn't even make a section dedicated to just me. You didn't make a call out. It wasn't even known that you were publicly involved in this until after.
Yeah.
Why do you think you would have been included?
For me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite. You don't get to be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like, I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's when I got mad, because
So did she just say there was an original draft? Then, in that original draft of the apology, hold on, I'm checking this out real quick.
No, here, I'll scroll back really quick.
Shy Lily's only mentioned once in the apology.
Yeah.
Like, has that name. To Cotton and Lily. I'm sorry, but here she is directly calling you Willie.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what that other gamer. I'm not seeing other GamerSup's owner in this. And if you're saying, oh, it was an original draft that's been fixed now, you should have never even brought it up. Like, this is showing like psycho-like behavior. It's fucking wild.
Yeah. So I just scroll back a little bit so we can hear specifically what she says.
Government Twitch.tv name for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other GamerSup's owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on, bro. Don't be such a hypocrite.
Oh, okay.
You don't get.
Stop it. Okay, so I was wrong. She is mad because her name was not fully listed out and she had her own section. Kind of like, apparently, according to you, Cinder was mad you didn't call her out by name in taking her for a raid. Kind of weird. Kind of seems like you guys are just a bunch of drama llamas.
Yeah.
But that's just a theory.
Like, this is kind of where it comes from, where it's like, okay, so you do think this is a problem. And this is going to become a lot more clear when we see the full context of everything she said during this stream.
To be upset at that shit and then put me there, throw me in there and be like, I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this. And that's when I got mad, because no knowledge my ass. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Because the girls spent time together. Vacation, travel, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. But there is also more receipts.
So I would like to point out that she just said everything they posted is the only receipts they have.
Is that what she said? Wait, go back.
Yeah. Here, we will,
Mad? Because no knowledge my ass. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Because the girls spent time together. Vacation, travel, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. But there is also more receipts. Verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc.
Nobody has any idea.
There's way more receipts, and they're verified. What is I know English isn't her first language. I'm trying to give her some slack and some benefit of the doubt there. But she's just talking in all kinds of contradictions right now.
Yeah. Nobody knows what this means.
You can't have hard-coded receipts, but I also have more receipts that are verified. What the fuck?
She goes through multiple things here, because she goes, this is all hearsay, all we posted is the receipts we have hard proof of, but we have hard-coded receipts that are verified. What does that mean? Finish the clip, she's going to tell you literally 1 second. I've watched this 3 times. She does not. But here, I'm going to go back a little bit, just so we don't, cut context.
Mad? Because no knowledge my ass. A lot of what we know is hearsay. Because the girls spent time together. Vacation, travel, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. But there is also more receipts. Verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc, because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. For her to claim she has no...
They're too private to be shared, or they're little things. You mean her saying that she felt slighted by you because you didn't say her full name wasn't a little thing? It's very interesting everything to deal with you was not a little thing.
Yes, Joe, for Lizard. Wait, does she mean they only posted what they had proof of, but now they have further proof? Well, apparently they've always had this extra proof that they refuse to show because it's either too little or it has private information. Which
you can censor.
Is just not a reason, and 2 is you could properly censor. I'm not saying the censor tool you can actually use AI to undo that, but literally black bar, fucking FBI.gov fucking redacted shit. That's all you need to do to censor private, sensitive information. And I'm sorry, but based on what I've seen from the screenshots you've shown us, how you guys talk to each other, how you guys refer to each other by your online handle, not your personal name, I'm not sure how much private information is actually in these quote-unquote receipts, if they even exist.
Yeah, I don't know where she's going with that at all. People always try and let that slide, but it's what private information could it be? If it's like an address, you can scrub it out. If it's your legal name, you can scrub it out and just write your name above it.
Which absolutely you should. I mean, if it does have private information, make sure that information isn't in there. But
Yeah.
you can't say, I have this stuff that proves so much more. But you're gonna have to just trust me because, yeah. No, that's not how this works. Give me the fucking receipts.
Knowledge when I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay. It reminded me.
I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay. That is
That's
in
a
reference to Cinder knowing everything
That's
that
a
Red
problem.
does.
Yeah, again, that's a problem.
That's not knowing for a fact. That means you just have hearsay. Like, people let that slide because, well, Lily said she had proof, but she said the proof is hearsay. People skipped over that. Also, yes, people, I don't hide disagreement from my channel, but if you show up in my channel and you just start spamming you're a pedophile, yeah, I'm gonna hide you from my channel.
Of that
Yeah,
one,
you can make me a mod too if you want, because I've
of that
been
one fact,
trying
the
to
one
fucking
receipt we do have though.
keep on top of that.
Here, I'll make Ava a mod. Just be good, Ava. Be responsible.
But no worries, now chat, you need to hold on to your lily white butts.
Now I want you just removing a bunch of people just for disagreement. People are allowed to disagree here.
Yeah. No, and people are allowed to disagree and even attack me on some level on my chat, so no worries. It's only when it crosses a clear line.
Yep.
Where she herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot isn't public. She'll know what we're talking about. And the fact that she only took accountability.
I'd like to point out, she says it's a screenshot. So supposedly she has proof of something damning Cinder has said, but she's not making the screenshot public. You can't do that. You have to show it if you want us to believe you.
Yeah. I don't think it's too much to ask for you to show us your receipts. The burden of proof is on you. You are making these accusations. You need to now. Yeah,
For
it's just-
stuff that's
it's
been
completely inappropriate.
Yeah.
published and not the stuff that was kept hidden says enough for me. To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work and effort and received a million empty promises, just because a couple days before that she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Imagine. For a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been.
I would like to point out, because if this was just friends, like just little VTubers, I would let her slide with this comment. This is your business. You can't just be like, she made a decision to not show up to
There are
her
many
friend's thing
instances-
because of a business. Yeah.
Yeah, look, and it sucks. And I will say that this is, we're getting into the, like, morals and ethics and stuff. But as a business owner, it's very common for you have to sacrifice personal time for the business. If this specific collab date with V-Card was a specifically chosen date, it's associated with V-Card, it's brand by them, and it's going to make a lot of money, I understand being focused on that. It's not a good thing, but business is business.
Yeah. Lily's excuse here for bringing this up is, and I don't know if you heard it when she said it a minute ago, is she's trying to claim that Cinder scheduled it over her friend's event on purpose. Which, that is way too much speculation. That's everything that happens with this, is it's just constantly, Cinder did this because she's a bad person. Like, there's no other assumption you could make with that.
Yeah, I have far less, like, collabs and stuff like that, and I have already accidentally schedule, like colliding schedule on collabs and stuff, where I've had to fix because they didn't rise.
Yeah.
And again, I'm a small creator, so I can't imagine how common that would end up being for Shy Lily and Cinder, and I'm not gonna put that against them.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's fair for anyone else to, but it's especially not fair for Shy Lily to do it this way either, because she's admitted to just blowing off collabs because she didn't feel like it.
Yeah.
Now, this collab's being blown off for a business purpose. Now, that's not, like, great, but at least it's more of a reason than why you've blown off collabs.
Yeah. I can't wait till we get to the full thing, though. It's so fun.
Been a day or two earlier, could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date. People saying, why didn't you handle this private? We did once. And she's only deflecting and pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's
So
only
why don't
sorry.
you have these receipts?
Yeah,
Because, I mean, I think, honestly, it would be an incredibly strong argument if she said, look, we reached out to Cinder about this before, and this was their response. Boom, receipts of them being deflective, manipulative, whatever the fuck. That's case closed. That's all we're asking for, and if it's that easy, you should present it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What I think she's saying, because this could be a language barrier, but it does actively contribute to misinformation, is I think she's saying that they have tried to address Cinder's behavior in the past because they feel like she's being mean to them, and she blew it off.
Which they have the receipts to because it was probably done in Discord, which is all their other connections. So why couldn't you bring that stuff up?
Well, I'm saying this is
just like,
probably...
even if you give them the benefit of the doubt with the language barrier thing, you can tell that, like, because they went back 2 full fucking years to get the damning evidence. So you can't tell me they couldn't have brought up the time that they tried to confront Cinder about this shit. Whether it was a year or 2 ago, it doesn't matter. You went back that far.
Well, that's
with
what
the
I'm saying.
crap shit with redacted.
I think they're trying to say they confronted Cinder about something else, and they're trying to conflate it with this.
Oh, okay. That kind of makes more
But
sense.
that doesn't
yes,
work
the
in their
onus of proof is
favor.
upon the accuser.
Because it's like, yeah, we didn't bring
it doesn't.
this up to them, but we brought up something else to them at some point in the past. Well, that's not how that works. Mizu, imagine this. Shylia or someone big from her circle responds to this. You get suspended on Twitter, maybe even on YouTube, mass reporting. Would being contrarian for no reason. Are you trying to say I'm just being contrarian to get suspended? I'm not being contrarian for no reason. I'm just right.
No, here's what he said. Look,
I'm sorry.
Look. Okay, Mizu, but imagine Shylia, someone big from her circle responds to this. Somehow this gets him suspended. Like you were trying to say, you're trying to censor him, saying, look, if you cover this, bad things are gonna happen to you. Fuck you, dude. I'm sorry, but yes, fuck you, because in a free speech world where we let everyone speak their mind, you're telling him he shouldn't speak his mind because of the potential repercussions. I'm sorry, but if I'm the only voice speaking out against injustice and everyone else is speaking for killing somebody, I don't give a fuck. I will continue to speak for what I believe in, and that is my God-given right as an American.
All right, Ava, calm down.
Yeah, I'm done.
No, because I was going to say, this already happened. Tectone showed me on stream and told his followers to go brigade my channel. I don't care.
On Mike when I was talking about being a family lawyer, someone responded with, I have no business being in VTubing with my family law bullshit. And I'm telling you right now, the one thing you can get a creator who doesn't give a shit about what people think and rather only cares about like freedom of speech and actual like expressing themselves, you're just gonna make us express it all the harder.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, if I did somehow get suspended for this because of Lily's group, that just kind of proves I'm right. Because if at that point, when you take that extreme of a measure to shut somebody up, you're just straight up admitting they're right. There's no two ways about it. Like, if there's nothing illegal about what they said...
It applies here. People fire the most flack at somebody when that person is over the target.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that Tectone only flew this then and fired this flack off at Mizu, and people are telling Mizu to shut up because he's on target, and they don't want it exposed for whatever reason.
Why did Cinder not show any messages between her and Red to dispel any allegations? Because what would she show? Okay, she shows, I don't know, like 3 weeks of messages between her and Red. Are you going to say, well, she didn't show all of them? There's stuff she probably still didn't show. That's the problem with proving a negative.
Just that it was an apology. She doesn't need to prove anything apologizing to people. Well, so, like, you can be upset about that she didn't provide any fucking proof, but she didn't need to.
Well, I've tried to explain this.
She admitted fault and she denied. Like, how do you supply proofs in the affirmative that, oh yeah, I didn't know that Redacted was doing this, when they realistically wouldn't have had the proofs? Otherwise, they would know. Like, you see where we get into a fucking paradoxical situation here? It doesn't work like that, which is why the burden of that proof is always on the accuser.
So I just have to explain through this, because a lot of people bring this up. You physically can never prove a negative. Because you say, okay, Cinder needs to just show her messages. Okay, she shows her entire Discord. Well, somebody says, well, maybe she deleted the messages. Maybe we're going to pretend there's like some magical app for Discord that shows you every deleted message. She does that, and that proves that she didn't delete them. And somebody's going to say, well, maybe they talked through another app. Maybe it wasn't through Discord. So she's going to need to download every chat app and show us that she's never spoken to him on every chat app before. And then, okay, she does that. And they're like, well, they lived together. Maybe she just spoke it to him. Maybe she never wrote it down anywhere. And that's the thing with a negative. You can.
Oh, well, then here's the thing with the recordings is, oh, well, maybe you went in his bathroom where there is no recorder. Okay, well, then you see it just continues to pile, and you get to move the goalpost trying to prove negative. So that's why we don't allow, in our court system, you don't have to prove a negative in court. If you are accused of something, it is the accuser who has to provide the evidence.
There will always be something else you could show when you're trying to prove a negative, which is why we never require someone to prove a negative, because it's impossible.
When she gets caught, because she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Because if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with, like, probably 80% of the indies.
I would like to point out, I want to know who this person is. And Lily just openly says that if you anger this one person, you ruin your career. Which sounds very sus to me. It sounds like there's a lot of corruption going on at the top.
Can you just say that? Yeah, it does. It sounds like there's a lot of gatekeeping on a whole nother level.
I don't like
Cinder,
when she says that, just start to finish.
Yeah, no, it's creepy.
That mattered to her. She wasn't sorry because she fucked over her friend's opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. Like, you ever do a collab again?
Yeah, she throws that out. I still don't know what the fuck she means by that. Just say she's a narcissist. I don't agree with you, but, like, just say that. I don't know why you have to turn it into this long phrase.
Speculation.
But with her? Fuck no, of course not.
Well,
with others, of course.
Speculation, it can be almost as impactful as a verified evidence-backed testimony, only because people and laymen are really that fucking gullible.
Yeah.
She'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. Like, you ever do a collab again? What, with her? Fuck no, of course not. With others, of course. With my friends, of course. Obviously. Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with.
So I had to say this last night. Assuming, Cinder did everything she's accused of. I'm just gonna assume that when making this statement. She did not ruin your career. She might, if she was successful in what you're accusing her of, gotten exactly one artist to not make you a model. I know for a fact you have artists lining up out the door for the opportunity to say they made the next bow model. or they made the next Shy Lily
That's
model. She did not almost ruin your business. Shut the fuck up.
And yeah, none of what Cinder did counts as deplatforming, because deplatforming is a public effort to basically shun somebody into silence or to get them removed off of a platform. And I'm sorry, but this seems to me more like a deplatforming attempt than anything Cindered. Cinder was doing some fucked up shit, redacted as her manager was doing some fucked up shit. Shit that I would not do in operating my business. But they were not trying to deplatform these people.
Yeah. Like, it makes absolutely no sense to claim that Cinder tried to deplatform you.
Didn't everyone get a boost in viewers and income from all this? Just about. I know Cinder's lost about 50,000 followers on Twitch.
Lily's still making videos about it. She did a video the other day on Twitch, an 8-hour stream, and the title is something like, "We're just beginning to heal." They're still making money off of this drama.
We just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab
Shy Lily gonna blame Cinder for 9/11.
us when begging to be in our positions. Throwing me and gamer subs under the bus to save her ass? Fuck no.
Okay, she did not throw gamer subs under the bus. I don't know where you got that from. You might be throwing gamer subs under the bus.
This is what I'm going to start saying. Yeah, well, this is what I'm going to say. As a partial owner of gamer subs, Lily, you should not be throwing those in. Because that's attempt. It's dangerous, okay? The SEC will be all over your ass. Especially if later we hear her make a speculation on what gamer subs might do, and if it ends up being what she does do, that could be actual.
Yeah.
Oh, the pressure I feel. What pressure? The pressure you begged for? The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? Fuck no. You want a good apology for when you fuck up? You ever need an apology?
I want to point out that what she said is dumb. She goes, well, Cinder asked for the pressure. A lot of people do until they actually have to deal with it. And it's like, I don't think I was prepared for this. And that's okay. People are allowed to do that. Cinder probably reacted poorly to it. And you can call somebody out for reacting poorly to it. But you sound like an idiot when you say, well, they knew what they were getting into. They probably didn't. Nobody's really prepared for like the level of attention you have on you when you're as big as some of these people are. Ava, stop fighting with chat.
Just one.
For when you actually
And I
fuck
didn't
up?
say it out loud.
Fair.
For when you are the bad bitch? Just say, I'm fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. Instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw him as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how...
See, chat, this is what they want her to say. They want her to actively destroy her life. They will not accept any apology from her that does not say, I am ontologically evil and you all should hate me. Which is why I say don't apologize to, like, the public. You apologize to your friends if you, like, have hurt your friend, right? The public does not deserve an apology from you.
Cinder's best move would have been attempting to reach out to apologize to the affected individuals individually, and then posted the screenshots of her being blocked and be like, look, I tried to handle this properly. I tried to handle this like an adult. I've been barred from doing that. So here we are.
Yeah.
That would have been, I think, the most appropriate response. But again, that's all hindsight.
And Sparky mentions this in chat, but this kind of came up the other day because we actually did not know how much money the different girls in this situation were making. And it turns out, even though Cinder is like 1/4 of Shy Lily's side, she makes like 5 times as much money in Twitch bits. That's not counting like merch sales or affiliate deals.
That does stuff like I know there's some throwing stuff. I know there's some things that like Chet can do to interact with her, like voice-wise and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, I think that what you're seeing there is Cinder's absolute genius application of Twitch's engagement features.
Yeah. And I'm not saying, like, normally this would not matter. But keep in mind, Lily just went on this whole speech about how greedy Cinder is and how she's profiting off of her friends. And then it comes out Cinder is making like 4 times as much as her in bits. And again, that's not even doing like all the other money. It's completely possible that Lily makes way more money than her in merch sales, in affiliate deals, in sponsorships. We don't know any of that money.
Yeah, but at least in bits, Cinder has her bit.
Yeah, with bits, Cinder is blowing them out of the water. Not by a small amount either. It's not even close.
Absolutely malicious.
Yeah, very odd.
Vile and toxic. I've treated them behind the scenes, pretending to be a friend while separating business and sabotaging them. I can never repair the damage I've caused. And I see.
By the way, she's still giving her her fictional apology she thinks Cinder should have done.
Now clearly.
This apology is fucking crazy.
Oh yeah.
Like, I half am expecting her to be like, and then Cinder falls to her knees, writes a haiku, and commits Japanese Sudoku.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty
What
much
it truly
that's what Shy Lily wants blood in contrition. That's what this is.
Yeah.
And I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you are supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken, but I can try.
I have to say this. So Lily just said that what she wants out of a Cinder apology is for her to admit that she's lost everything and leave. And I have to say, for somebody like me, I could do that because I have a real life job and streaming's nice extra money in my bank account. It like lets me pay for games and stuff. I don't make a living off streaming. Cinder does. It is her job. She cannot leave. And that goes for all of the big streamers. When like this kind of controversy happens, they physically cannot leave. They don't have another choice. And we see it when people who were smaller streamers are forced to kind of get a job. People, they struggle. Like, they're probably struggling even more in the current economy. But a lot of them struggle because they have to go into a job and be like, yeah, no, I haven't worked for any company except my own for the last, like, 12 years. And it's hard to get a job with that big of a gap in your resume, especially these days.
Come forward and be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done. To my most closest and most supportest, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money. And greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator. But it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year. Subscribe for business!
That's her, and that's how she ends it. With the it's just
right.
business in the background. This is her tearing down somebody who is her good friend. So, chat, really quick, we'll go through the notes, right, that I have, which may or may not be good notes, but, you know.
The final rant sounds very off to me. Yeah, me too.
So, in my little notes, this is for the Lily edit, she opens talking about Bao crying, immediately calls Cinder a manipulator. She starts saying they were freaking out the night before the docs dropped. Says everything Cinder says is just hearsay. They have evidence, but they can't or won't provide it. She repeatedly
Because
uses...
it's hearsay.
Yeah, they repeatedly use the term narcissistic personality fashion, which is so dumb. She says, if you believe Cinder, you're too naive and inexperienced. Claims that Cinder refused to take any accountability in her apology. Says that if you cross her line, she will not care about her morals anymore. She knew for a long time and said nothing. Doesn't really clarify what long time means or what specifically she knew. Lily admits that she was ground zero for it because of slandering. Claims that Cinder was slandering her. She admits that she dodged streams on purpose, and claims that, and brings up the fact that she didn't shout out Cinder properly. She says she's not upset about V-Card. She immediately changes the story about dodging the collab to admit that she did dodge it. She pressures Nano to spread the information. She made a group chat with all the girls. Claims there is a pattern of behavior from Cinder, but doesn't actually give evidence for it. She released the docs because of speculation that she might do this to more people. Cinder immediately approached Nano after the doc had been released, and Nano immediately blocked them. Claims the apology doc was just a, I'm so sorry you feel that way. Lily feels she should have had a section dedicated specifically to herself. Says everything they know is hearsay, basically. She says, I know for a fact Cinder knows what Red said, but it's just hearsay. Claims they reached out in the past and Cinder would not listen to them. Claims Cinder might anger someone who could ruin their career, which is this mysterious figure that apparently runs the indies. Claims Cinder tried to deplatform her, that Cinder threw gamer subs under the bus, and yells that Cinder is greedy and needs to leave with her ending monologue. Like, I'm sorry, chat. I have to say, I really do think Shy Lily is queen of the Mean Girls. At the end of the day.
Feel that way.
But we have this other person.
Okay.
This...
I almost said something I decided not to.
We probably won't touch on... We're going to watch the whole thing, but we probably won't touch on everything because some of it's repeated. Do you mind, Ava, talking to chat for 2 seconds while I go pee?
Sure thing.
Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody.
I've been drinking a lot of water.
They've been trying to stay hydrated through the range. So, how are we all doing today? Did Cinder just recently become a part owner of Game Subs? Because that would be interesting to find out. You said, yeah, Orbit and Decay. You know, it's actually really funny. One of my only hold on, one of my only videos that I purposely decided not to monetize because of the situation. Many content analytics, I think just and monetization is off on not eligible. Off area. Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. So the quote unquote self-defense case involving two high scores and somebody. Anyway, doesn't matter. It's an extremely controversial and sensitive topic, and as a result, I felt it would be inappropriate of me to turn on monetization, so I made sure it was switched off. I think that if people were truly so affected, they wouldn't be absolutely just getting the bag off of this fucking shit, off this. I mean, I can't bring it up myself, but we saw that fucking It's Just Business fucking outro card of Shy Lily. That looked like it was fucking... I know it didn't take long to make because I've made those types of things before, but like, I feel like substantially more time on that outro card was spent than it should have been for a spur of the moment response string, you know? Nah, you just had a fucking animated you going, it's just business with an L. I'm like, dude, you planned this. This is fucking planned.
She is dancing on the grave.
She really is.
We find out why she is dancing on the grave in the full thing, because she actually says it.
Can I ask real quick, Mizu? How long ago did Cinder become a partial owner of GamerSubs?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't keep track of that kind of stuff.
I'm wondering if that has something to do with it. Maybe she recently acquired that.
Yeah. Also, guys, thanks everybody for showing up. To reiterate, because I saw we had a small influx of people a minute ago, basically my personal position is Cinder did bad, however, her bad is equivalent to basically everybody in her group. From what I've seen, except maybe Bao, everybody kind of in this group right now treats everyone else like a prop for their own content. And they're just now finding out they have evidence of Cinder doing it, so they're going to throw her under the bus. But they all talk about each other like they're just props. None of them seem to care.
Yeah. I mean, especially that weird, like, ASMR roleplay where she was Cinder apologizing. Like, that was a wild fucking apology.
I'm greedy, I'm evil.
Cinder actually, look, if Cinder actually apologies like that, I would be concerned. I'd be like, what the fuck is this?
What about Silvervale? So I watched the Silvervale thing, and we're not going to, like, go too deep into it. I think a lot of people skipped over the fact that Silvervale specifically says her manager messaged them. And a lot of people skipped over that.
Really?
Yes. Silvervale admits that the person she is talking about is Red. And that's a common theme in this, is nobody has actually talked to Cinder at any point. It's always Red said this, Red said that.
Yeah,
but we know
true.
Cinder knows because reasons. Also, somebody says January 16th. I don't know if that's a meme or not. A lot of people are saying January 16th, so I'm assuming it's not a meme.
January 16th is when Cinder took part ownership of GamerSubs. So yeah, that was recent.
Yeah. But don't worry, chat. We're gonna get extra context that for some reason Lily's editor felt she should cut out of the other video.
Eek. The destroyer of toilets and business. Sorry, yeah, I had to have a quick business meeting yesterday.
There she is, chat. Whip out the hearts and fling them like ninja stars.
So that's something that you don't see in the regular Shy Lily video. She didn't turn off TTS. They just managed to cut around every time TTS started blasting.
Wow. I'm gonna say, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Do you imagine just getting
Like,
paper
as
cuts?
like
and all that?
whoever her editors are.
Yeah. Or maybe she has a thing where it saves without the TTS in it, because you can...
as a different audio file? That would be the best, yeah.
Alright. God, I wish I had it in me to do a meme review, because, God, I've seen some funny shit. God, I've seen some funny shit. Oh, fuck. Thank you for the memes, by the way. They're actually so funny. They make me smile.
I gotta agree. I saw one earlier. Today I meant to send it to you, but it was, I was Jujutsu Kaisen, Sakuna and whoever the other guy, just fight back. And I'm like, oh god, guys, you need to stop. It's just so fucking good.
Also, chat, thank you for reaching our dono goal. It's much appreciated. At the end of the stream, we will talk about Tectone, because Tectone had a couple things to say about me as well.
By the way, I'm gonna just say this. If Shylily is the queen bee, Tectone is the dumb jock.
I think he's the court jester.
Sorry, not sorry.
But he's a bad court jester.
The court jester.
He's a court jester that just makes fun of the people, never makes fun of the king.
I'm gonna be fair to Tectone. I don't think he should have ever gone after you or swung at somebody so small. Like, it's just ridiculous. But I will say, Tectone is very, very, to an overzealous degree, defendant of his friends and people he perceives as friends. Shy Lily is a friend. He's gonna, by his own admission, say shit that he probably should in defense of that person. So it's me being fair to him. It's not me, what's excusing the behavior though.
Well, I will say, because I always have this opinion, it actually does not bother me that Tectone retweeted me, calling me mean names.
Nah.
That's kind of whatever. My issue was that he was on stream.
Did he call you fat today?
Yeah, he called me fat. My issue was he was on stream saying, chat, we need to brigade this person, and basically run them off the internet. That's where I take issue. But we are going to continue with the Lily edit.
Very fucked up sense of humor and way to cope. It's been really fucking funny. Jarvis, write an apology. Jarvis, deflect everything. Jarvis, take no accountability. Who the fuck just said Jarvis, teach me ukulele? That's crazy. Jarvis, throw my man under the bus.
Could you put those predatory just business eyes away? They kinda scary.
The business eyes should be green with a $sign, yeah, but... Or maybe like a little knife. Sorry. This is going to be my way of coping with this. You're gonna have to just sit through this. You're gonna have to sit through these very distasteful comments. Everything for the 5 gifted, thank you.
Yeah, she immediately kind of lampshades her behavior during the stream and says, yeah, I'm going to be talking a ton of shit, but it's just coping.
You know how I cope? I sing the coping and seizing song. Like, come on, it's so hard. It's 40 seconds.
Yeah. And you'll see that obviously in her addressing the Cinder situation video, they just edited around her bad comments and just didn't include it at all. Because apparently just coping isn't a good enough excuse.
It's simply business. How about I will as soon as I see her, I promise. I would have anyways. I always will, always have, but this one gonna be a different type of hug. I wish I would see her sooner. Ooh, she doesn't deserve anything bad. She absolutely fucking doesn't. She is. Yeah, our Boober deserves nothing but love, man. She is so fucking kind. I will say this,
gamer subs will not like watching two other partial owners go at it publicly like this. Yeah. They're not gonna like that. And I can say that because I don't have insider fucking information that's non-public.
Exactly. You mean those weren't bad comments before? No, that was the editor making her look as nice as possible. And that is what most people have seen.
Yeah.
The people you've heard in a space where these are probably one of the best people there is to ever make friends with. What happened? Oh, am I glad you asked? Okay, you know what?
Oh, Jesus.
Am I glad you asked? You know what? Am I fucking glad you asked?
I cried enough this morning after visiting Twitter and watched a stream VOD this morning. I can't handle such much sadness at one day.
I'm gonna be honest,
love you and lot of
I
love
have not watched it. I was eeping when she went live. I have not seen it. And I don't think I ever will see it. Cause that night, yeah, it must have been horrible to watch.
She, right here, is talking about Bao's video, where Bao got up and cried. Lily, I know for a fact you have watched it because you would have not released this and started talking about this if Bao hadn't said that you were involved. That was the big bombshell from the Bao video, was she says, true. Lily approached me with this a week ago.
Yeah, which means that, that's Jesus.
No doubt, because I'll go into a little bit of detail because there's 2 things I wish to address. Two things. There's 2 things I genuinely wish to address, not because, a lot of people were making it a big deal, but some people have brought it up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just explain without making a tweet or some shit. But yeah, when everything went down, God, the Bao's cries are forever ringing in my head. That was so tough, so much hurt. It's just yikes. Even Buska, who is usually like, he's in an
and I
emotional...
do think that she leads with Bao's emotional reaction because of Bao's reaction to all of this is the most genuine.
Yeah. So I would like to mention that in the original Lily edit, she starts talking about Bao's crying, which leads you to believe that she had just seen the Bao video that was released that day. But in the full context, she openly says she has not seen the video and probably never will.
Oh shit, does she really?
That's what she just said a minute ago, that she's not seen the video and she probably never will.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, she did say... Wow, see? Like, I
Scroll
even
back
missed
a
that.
little bit.
That's how easy it is to met.
So much
Jesus
hurt.
Christ.
It's just, yikes. Even Buska address. Two things. There's two things I genuinely wish to address, not because, a lot of people were making it a big deal, but some people have brought it up in replies and stuff, and I'm like, you know what? Let me just explain. Without making a tweet or some shit. But yeah, when everything went down, God, the Bao's cries are forever ringing in my head.
If I am to give her the biggest benefit of the doubt, she is talking about when they made the group chat. But in the
probably.
edit...
I would agree with that.
Yeah, but in the edit, it's made to look like she's talking about Bao's video, which she did not see.
Yep, you're right.
That was so tough. So much hurt. It's just, yikes. Even Buska, who is usually like, he's in an emotional rock. In all my years, I've never seen this man cry, but God, he had pee-pee eyes. He had red little pee-pee eyes. It was shook.
Not gonna lie, my jaw hit the floor when I saw your response, but you...
Yeah, so this is Shy Lily's response to Cinder. And I think I can just kind of read through it real quick. The absolute audacity to sit here and to continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. The pain and mental torment you've caused...
She likes those words.
Yeah. The pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I've never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you've really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin, makes me want to vomit. Again, to clarify for chat, because she says this, they have never publicly shown any screenshots of Cinder doing this. The one screenshot we have of Cinder is her talking about, I believe, Silvervale. So I don't know why she's trying to push this narrative. If you have it, show us.
Also, we have a screenshot of Nano coming to Cinder, telling Cinder that she doesn't want to pursue the exclusivity deal, and Cinder supporting Nanolith's decision by saying it's fine, I understand, do what's best for you, it's just business. Which is why I hate so much how inappropriately the it's just business meme has been applied.
Yeah.
That statement was said by Cinder in support of Nano, ending the exclusivity talks. Like, if fucking whatever.
Yep. To claim you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I have experienced your own actions without red in a situation wherein your own screenshotted words, you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is. That's not bad. I don't know why she quotes that.
That's not okay. Like, if somebody feels a pressure to live up to somebody else, yeah, that's some insecurities and stuff like that, but that's not bad-mouthing anybody.
Yeah. Also, this is...
If anything, that's putting Shy Lily on a pedestal of what to achieve, where to be. So, like, that's... I don't know how you take Cinder making Shy Lily being a goal of Cinder's to, oh, you're trying to fucking take me out. That sounds like a paranoid mean girl.
Yeah. I would point out, because that pressure to live up to what Lily is in quotes. I don't know if you remember it, but at one point in Lily's original edit, she says that there was a quote in her reply to Silver that came from a not yet public screenshot. That is supposedly the damning quote that is not yet publicly known, or not yet in a public screenshot. That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
That is fishing so hard for negativity.
I mean, I will say it's a red flag for me in terms of Cinder. I'm like, okay, you need like I'd be concerned about her like her insecurities and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's nothing that's objectively a bad thing. I would be more like, hey, are you good? Be nice to my friend Cinder, kind of thing. Like, be nice to my friend Mizu. If I see somebody do like a self-esteem damaging thing, then I'm going to be like, hey, that's not cool. Don't do that. You know, I don't think that Cinder should feel the need to live up to Shy Lily, but that is what she is expressing here, and she's not in the wrong for expressing that.
Did you see Legal Mindset's coverage of this? I did, except he only covered, like, the Discord messages we had. He's not really a drama channel. He didn't really cover that aspect of it.
He was looking at it at the perspective of tortious interference, and I think if he had a little bit more context, it would be difficult to come to tortious interference, at least in my opinion. But that's the thing about lawyers. We all have different opinions.
Proceeded to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. She makes that sound like that is her and that she's talking about her, but we find out later that this is supposedly the V-Card collab reschedule. She includes that in there to make it sound like she screwed her friend over for business. In reality, she rescheduled a collab. So I don't know what that's about. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date of your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actually lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass. When you realized you were being a bad friend, why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days of that friend's career? Gonna need evidence of that. Isn't that about Numi's concert? It might be. I can
understand the anchor if that is what happened.
Yeah. Like, it might be,
I can understand the reaction to there, but again, proportionality needs to be a thing, and I don't think this is proportional.
Numi said it is.
Then that's only if we assume that this, like, again, with the evidence and stuff, like, if we assume what happened was true, there still needs to be proportionality, and Shy Lily has gone way overboard with this, in my opinion.
Yeah. Everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from. To begin with, you're welcome, by the way. So this is kind of where we see some of Lily's ego.
Pause that real quick. Real quick. So, God damn it, I can't say it. Because it's a Shy Lily kept calling people narcissists and pointing out narcissistic traits. I'm going to just bring attention to that last sentence and remind everybody of the DS5's pathology when describing narcissistic personality disorder. Because you wouldn't be where you are if it weren't for us, if it weren't for me, if it weren't for that. Like, that is 100% like in the fucking book. Like an example of what that looks like. So, just saying.
Yeah, it was very on the nose when she said that. You claim it's just business. Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences in your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyropups deserve better. But that is Lily's thing. You'll probably notice that absolutely nowhere in there does she mention that she was involved in the creation of the documents. There's some stuff that if you read into it, you could come to that conclusion, but you would have to make assumptions. Up until this point, she is still not publicly telling people she is involved at the time of making this.
Yeah, I will say this, because somebody says capricious. says, you need to check Powder's timeline reconstruction of the whole event. I will say she's been doing a very good job of trying to remain neutral and just taking the information as it is, as opposed to trying to make it something it's not. I will say out of everybody's like who's done like a timeline thing, Powder's been probably the top 5 of the most accurate, well thought out, and balanced timeline. Sparky also being on that list.
But we shall continue. I don't think she reads through it, but I hadn't watched this since yesterday.
Summed up everything perfectly and said what I'm sure everyone was thinking. That right there is why we love and appreciate you, Shy Heart.
Yeah, I'm sorry the word Cinder is banned in my chat. I just don't want to see that stuff around anymore. I also just saw someone feeling bad for taking the apology serious and feeling dumb about it. I'm gonna be honest, okay. I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. Give it a few years. Experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages. I genuinely...
You know what? I think you're right. But not for the reasons you think you're right.
Like, she just doubles down, because in the original she just says she doesn't go through all this stuff. She just pulled the what was it? It says that people were too naive, but in this one she like goes through the whole thing.
Too naive, and yeah, she's going a little harder here.
She's really pushing that if you believe Cinder's apology at all, you're too dumb and you're just being manipulated.
If anyone supports this, I'm going to be completely honest. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Docky! Sorry. That was...
Yeah, so I'm gonna poison the well too much, but I have to point that out, is that every time that she makes reference to these memes about Cinder, every single one of those was cut. She makes constant reference to people attacking Cinder.
Yeah, because it's distasteful.
Yeah.
Although I will say it is a coping mechanism. People tend to default to humor and in pop culture reference. I mean, look at Deadpool, right? So, like, I think she's expressed a little bit of Deadpool syndrome. She's so upset that she's just fucking hot goes, oh, Docky! Like, okay, that makes you sound like a psycho, but sure.
Oh, don't worry, she'll tell us about that in a minute.
That was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with, you know.
I would like to point out, because she has to know...
Holy shit, wait a minute, pause this. Pause this. Holy fucking shit. You just went to, she's actively manipulating and deceiving hundreds of all of her followers. So you have taken her slights against you and your friends, against her fucking doing it to everyone she's ever known. That's insane. That's fucking completely off the rails insane.
I want to add, because the thing I was going to bring up is she's trying to put forth this idea that she's scared of how big Cinder's platform is, when Shy Lily is 5 times bigger than Cinder. And has multiple people that are Cinder's size or bigger backing her, including Buff Pup, Spite, Bow, Nanoless. And she's trying to be like, I was scared of what Cinder might do with her giant platform. Your platform is way bigger, and you have way bigger people following you. You could see why that got cut out of the full version, because it sounds ridiculous when somebody as big as Lily is saying that she's scared of somebody's platform.
Jarvis, provide no screenshots in my defense.
Yeah, I can't. I don't It's literally just hearsay.
It wasn't a defense doc. It was an apology doc.
Yeah.
No evidence is needed for an apology. It's admission of guilt, and she admitted where she fucked up quite a few times. I know, I control F click sorry. 22 mentions of sorry, never once was it. I'm sorry you felt this way. It was nothing like that was even present in the doc that I can see.
Yeah.
No apology. And worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit. Okay, I know it sounds fucked up, but like, I'm okay. I am hurting for my friends,
it's
though.
just business.
If yesterday was the first time you saw me crash out, which I'm pretty sure that is for every single person ever in this community, I'm sorry.
This is such a small thing, but a minute ago she said, this might sound fucked up, but this didn't affect me. She's just, like, at some point she's lying through her teeth. Because she's constantly talking about how much it hurt her, how scared she was.
She might be lying to herself in that respect.
She could be, but she has like this huge platform and she's trying to play both sides of it. Because she wants you to think that she is super rational and she has given this all the appropriate thought.
Oh yeah, she's this tiny little platform that's going to be destroyed for speaking out against Cinder. No, like the opposite is quite true.
Yeah, like this follows up with "this didn't affect me" right after her saying she's terrified of what Cinder's gonna do. Which is it?
Sorry? I don't know what came over you. Reading this made me be possessed, made me more vulnerable to demonic possession. Each paragraph
I will speak about this respectfully if you...
I'm sorry I'm laughing, I'm actually really sad, but it's how I cope, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you. If you don't understand, this might sound so fucked up and psychotic, but I just need to laugh. We hug the boober. She definitely has the most emotional response to all of the friends. Everyone is having a bad time, obviously, but it's just everyone seems to have found a way to cope with it, but she seems to just be not able to find a way to cope, and it just kind of breaks her. Like everyone's fucking sucking right now. Everything is sucky. Everything is fucky wucky. Yeah, it's just business will be memed for years. What's the TLDR? If you stick around, give me like 10-15 minutes, I'll give you a TLDR, but I highly suggest you look at the receipts. Also, I'm going to be honest, in this TLDR, I might talk about stuff that is just hearsay. Now, I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts.
Okay, so I'm going to guess, and it's as little of a positive point as I can, but I have to. As she says, in my TLDR, it's going to be a lot of hearsay. Okay, that's good that you said that you prepped your audience for it, but let's be real, how many people are going to be keeping that in mind as you go through this TLDR? You should not, if it's just hearsay that you are able to rely on, you shouldn't fucking say it.
Yeah. Real quick, I just want to hit up some of the super chats I haven't gotten yet. Hope that Lily's ready for the U.S. Department of Justice to potentially pull out the big green weenie out of the footlocker for her and her friends. I don't think that would happen, personally. Akko for 2, Court Jester. Akko for 2 says Court Jester, frowny face. Super Elite for 5 says, always glad to see you all going over everything in fine detail. Finding out the truth of all this crazy drama. Keep it up. Wolfsbane for 2 says, insert Why Are You Lying song here, always relevant. Sparky for 5 says, I took a guess, seen this too many times over the years. Lily posting 1 minute after Nano's doc, same with Bao, she knew and had a hand in it. And Shadow Gale for 5, it's just Mean Girls click with too much money and not enough brains. Give it a week and everyone will forget it ever happened, as usual.
Say, more stuff has happened. Needlessly to say. But most of these things don't have...
Oh, I'd like to point out, she keeps saying more stuff has happened, and she said that during the first one. That was always there. Nobody showed me anything else that has happened. With all the people disagreeing with me,
else that has happened.
Nobody's posted anything else.
Receipts. Or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Hello, Thor, thank you so much. Thank you. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure, and we all agree, that everything we put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have, nothing else.
So, this is you putting something online that has no receipts. She seems to think that if it's not written down, it doesn't count. Or that's what she's trying to imply.
It seems to be, but yeah, you were bringing... Yeah, this is weird.
No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing. Only receipts. So obviously there's more. There is more receipts too. But those contain info that's just... It contains sensitive stuff about others, themselves, or even the criminal herself, but you don't, I'll give you a TLDR in a bit, but I feel like after this, it'll all calm down. I feel like now is the time for people to grieve and mourn and whatever and cope, however they do. And after this weekend, it's morning time. And then we'll heal. Everyone will heal. It'll be fine, Yeah, I feel like the next couple days will just be people expressing the disappointment and just having to deal with their feelings, and then it'll probably be fine.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard V card.
Oh.
Yeah, this super chat is going to bite her in the ass later. Really bad. Because Lily did not plan... Lily had a very clearly, she planned to say certain things, but she's also trying to interact with chat. So she's going to start replying to chat stuff that contradicts her script later. And this is one of the first ones.
Forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
God, that... Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know... When she sat there and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard on Blastoise V-card doing the... Oh, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some Poggers legendary of something that you didn't create? Disgusting. Trust me.
Remember, she's not salty about V-card at all, chat. It's literally not a problem. Doesn't even come into her mind. This absolutely is going to fuck her later.
We all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff. No reason to blow a fucking friendship over it or put them in spot or cancel them. It's just like, girl, that's cringe, moving on, Just like, girl, why you do this? That's cringe, moving on.
Not a single time does she actually follow the I did X and caused so-and-so to be X. I apologize and wholly take responsibility for it format. It's all sorry this person did this to you and sorry you felt this way and sorry it happened. No accountability.
It is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. This whole document... Like I said, if you don't see it that way...
To clarify for chat, because somebody says they don't get it because Charizard's not a legendary... The original holographic Charizard from the original run of Pokemon cards...
Isn't that one of the most expensive cards on the market?
Yeah, it is considered one of the most expensive cards on the market. However, considering Cinder said we are the Blastoise and Charizard of it, I don't think she even knew that. Because that's kind of nerd trivia to a degree. She just compared her and Shy Lily to two recognizable Pokemon starters. So there's probably has no idea that Charizard is considered one of the most expensive cards of the original run of Pokemon.
But Shy Lily clearly did.
Yeah.
And it burned her up inside.
So this is kind of where we start seeing some of Shy Lily being equally as petty as Cinder. Because she took this as a personal slight of some sort. Instead of just realizing Cinder said two starter Pokemon, that they're the most recognizable starter Pokemon.
If you want to talk to Shy Lily, you better put her full fucking name in there, otherwise she's gonna be mad at you about it.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. you're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't.
Yeah, she brings this up a couple times. In the original, she says you're naive once. In the full thing, she repeatedly brings up, if you believe Cinder, you're young and naive.
Which is a wild, just to excuse an entire other perspective on, oh, you're young and naive.
Yeah.
Don't see it. I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. But it's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Come on. I mean, companies don't want to have bad PR.
Did you read the same
it's just
doc
business.
again? I know this is already covered, but goddamn, for her to say that that's what was being said in the we didn't read the same document. We just fucking did.
Yeah. That it's just
Jesus.
She's constantly trying to tear down Cinder without even telling you what she said. Just oh, believe me, guys. She sucks. Don't believe a word she says.
I think if Shy Lily had not just completely went fucking full schizo mode on Cinder, Cinder's apology would have been able to walk back a lot of the damage that Cinder, by her own admission, had done.
Yeah.
But Shy Lily was like, no, I don't want any chance of this bitch getting up. I'm double tapping the shit out of this.
Exactly.
And she just fucking literally sit there with a pistol unloading. Dude, you're out of fucking ammo. She reloaded the fucking magazine and then unloaded again.
Also, Akko said if Shy isn't careful, Cinder will become the Charizard due to her leaving. I kind of wonder how much the Cinder cards will be worth. Which is true. Once something is no longer being produced, regardless of how controversial the person is, it skyrockets in value.
Yeah, and that's why I laugh at anyone destroying their Cinder merch. Bro,
they're making the rest of it more valuable.
Out there who destroy that, it's more valuable. Yeah, good job. It's just fucking simple economics.
I'm sorry you feel this way. Come on. I mean, companies don't want to have bad PR. It's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take actions because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, is what a good old little friend Snake would say. You do what you wanna.
Yeah, notice that. Originally, it cuts off at it's just business.
Snake, even though you said it's just business. Our little friend Snake would say, wow. Yeah, because our little friend Snake was not in the original edit. My God, girl.
Lily's editor was working overtime.
Your Venom is oh yeah, the editor earned their bag this week.
They had to cut out so much of Lily just being a total asshole. It's wild.
If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. But two things. Not to defend anything of what she done, but you're just a viewer. You're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had.
Oh hey,
whether they were
Richard on
fake or
chat
not
just said
doesn't
Cinder's
matter.
V cards are 2 to 3 times as much as Lily's on eBay right now. So already we're seeing it.
Yeah. I honestly believe Cinder could pull a pro Jared comeback. I genuinely believe.
I think it'll take some time. You need time for specifically the big creators who are making a tizzy about it. You need them to move on from it. But once that happens, yeah, she could make a comeback. Yeah. I don't see, at least nothing's come out yet that's damning enough that makes it impossible for her to. Shy Lily did delay it though. The comeback has been delayed at least 6 months because of Shy Lily's actions.
I wonder if the same editor that Cinder and Lily was fighting over. That's true also. You have to think that Shy Lily has an exclusive editor. No, sorry. I have to correct it because they were fighting with Bao about the editor. Some guy named Sack is Bao's exclusive editor. But there's a possibility that he decided to help out with this because he was involved as well. We're not making assumptions though.
You had a good time. Those are your memories to keep, you know? But on top of that, again, if you cope by burning your merch, I am judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it. I don't know who remembers this, and I don't know how long it was. It may have been like a year or two ago where I said on stream, obviously I have a very strong no drama policy, and I stand by it. Still do, but I don't know who was here when I said this. I also said that if anyone wrongfully hurts my friends, I will scorch the fucking earth. I said it!
See, Tectone said something similar, and people need to understand that that doesn't help your case.
This is an admirable quality to have where it makes sense. But here's the problem. Most people aren't like lawyers who can zealously defend and represent their clients to a point. These people are completely willing to throw out any morals, any justifiable lines of ethics because they perceived a slight or a threat towards a friend. That's just volatile and unstable. That should not be admirable. I'm always going to admire somebody who will come to the defense of a friend, but not if that person starts slaughtering people in defense of that friend, because that's no longer defense.
Exactly.
Like, hey, I heard you were being bullied, so here's your bully's head. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Like, it's something that sounds good on paper, but in reality, looking at it from a outside perspective, so you're telling me you will tell whatever lies necessary to get at somebody who hurt your friend. Because you're not... That's kind of what that means. You said you're gonna go scorched earth.
Like a year or two ago, I don't know, time flies a bit. It could have been anywhere in that time frame, but I did say there was some drama. People tried to, ask for my opinion. I said I'm anti-drama. I don't give a shit. And
she's referring to when people said Small Lolo was copying her.
Yeah, that was the copycat drama.
Yeah, that's what she's trying to reference here.
I remember saying, And
I have to clarify, when you're Bao's size, you don't have to respond. And because we covered the Small Lola drama on Under the Tea, and that was our exact point when people kept asking for Shy Lily to respond. We're like, she doesn't have to. She is so big that her fans will crush Lola for her. And that's kind of a problem you get when you get these people at the top that are so large, is they don't have to ruin people to get people ruined. Like, simply by being nice to her, people are like, oh, Lily's so nice. That means we need to bury her even more. Because who would dare hurt such a nice person?
That's a big thing. Okay, Shy Lily is somebody who has managed to maintain their endless positivity, chill VTuber type, right? And people go, oh, well, this must be really affected there. They never behave like this, and therefore we should believe them. No, we shouldn't. I know it sucks, but at the end of the day, Shy Lily is a VTuber. She's a content creator. She is an actor. What she presents to us is what she wants us to see. And I think this is the closest to the actual her we've ever seen, because she was so emotional. She wasn't on top of moderating her image. And that's why we got to see these unhinged, distasteful, and otherwise just crazy fucking takes.
I think it's a mix of that and the fact that Cinder is so big, she can't just let her fans handle it. Because Cinder could make a comeback reasonably.
Yeah, and I think Shy Lily saw that apology and went, oh, this could actually walk people's emotions back. I better fucking hit harder.
She even says that earlier in the stream, and she says, I saw people believing it. It's like, yeah, that's exactly why you did it.
That's why you did it. You saw that it was being accepted. It's a decent apology, and you weren't going to have any of that. Like, I've never seen somebody just come up and double tap a content creator like this.
Exactly.
I'm strongly anti-drama. I don't care for it. I'm usually not well informed. I'm not very chronically online either. I often wake up, go stream, go game, go bed. But I did say, don't fuck with my friends. The thing with the no drama.
I will point out, chat, because people are talking about like real life orcas. Yeah, first off, Lily is a cat orca, or an orcat, I think is what she calls herself. In real life, orcas drown their food, not because they need to drown it, but because they think it's funny to watch it squirm. Orcas are genuinely...
Yeah, they also will,
They're
okay,
evil
so
animals.
Look, an orca is a black and white murder guppy. Fucking prove me wrong.
Yeah. Orcas are what dolphins would be like if dolphins had shark teeth.
No, dolphins are just as fucked up.
They are.
No, don't even get me started on dolphins.
They are.
Orcas and dolphins, they both belong to the same genus, so they are more or less the same. They're remarkably similar. They're both, what are they called? Shit. I'm forgetting the genus they're listed in, but it's the same.
Yeah, people forget that orcas and dolphins both look cute, and they're genuinely the most evil sea creatures in history.
Because they're the most intelligent.
They're the most intelligent.
I mean, an orca will go around and literally rocket launch a seal in the fucking air as high as it can with its tail just for fun. That seal's entire existence while it's in the air is just terror, and the orca's fucking laughing.
Oh, we've seen proof that orcas will sometimes bite off seal tails when they're not hungry, just to watch the seal struggle, and they won't even eat them, they'll just leave them.
Yep.
Orcas are evil creatures, chat.
Yeah, they will also do shit like, they'll hunt great white sharks, but when they kill them, they eat only the liver.
Which is weird, I just don't really get that.
And I don't either, but it's very interesting because if a great white, squeal will see even one orca, they will leave and not come back for over a year.
Yeah, they don't like being around them.
Ingrained into the racial memory of a white shark, the orca, and its threat is.
Didn't they discover that like dolphins use slurs?
Dolphins are sentient.
How would you discover that dolphins use slurs?
They have names. They have accents.
They do?
Dolphins and orcas are sentient. Yes, they do. Look, where you just discovered, I know you're the sea-tuber, but like you've just like stumbled upon like a massive source of like hyper-focused autism shit here with orcas and dolphins in general.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that dolphins had like slurs in their language.
They have slurs, they have names. They can actually individually name each other and call each other by name. They have remarkably long memories, and they actually have dialects and accents as well. So a dolphin in the Atlantic Sea will not sound the same to another dolphin as a dolphin in the Pacific.
I did know the accent
dolphins
thing.
Have California surfer accents.
Anyways, we should probably continue before we get too autistic on this.
My rule is, every time you have rules like this, there is a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me
It's not all fair game, you maniac.
Yeah, you can't just say everything's always fair game. You still have to... Because I had somebody mention in chat that they feel like I've given... People were saying I'm not giving like any charity to Lily, but then somebody brought up that I've probably given more charity to Sylvie Spark than he ever deserved. And that's because that's how I've always run. If somebody accuses someone of something, regardless of my known history with them, I'm going to ask the question, what proof do you have? I'm not going to like immediately throw them under the bus just because something in the past happened. You still have to have a line. And that line has to apply to everybody. You can't decide certain people don't belong on your line.
Yeah.
Getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals
I hate that she's playing Mario music.
God, I do want to watch Bow's VOD, and I want to check Bob's VOD, but...
You know those videos of them eating prey and...
Yeah, it's a hard watch. I don't think I can, because... My mom always calls me a fucking sympathy crier, and she's very true. I think I'm emotionally quite strong, except for when I watch movies, but... God, there is something in my chest
Unfortunately, last
that
kitties this month,
cuts
but I
off
have to say this. Couldn't agree more
everything.
with Mick. For me personally, you and Bao,
And just makes my
Newly,
chest so
Cotton
tight
and
and
others have
heavy
dragged me out of
when
the
others
deepest
cry.
pits of
Man, I do wish, I'm living at the goddamn ass crack of the world compared to all my friends. I really wish I could just have a short little flight over and
What
be
does that
like,
mean?
man,
I guess she's just saying she's as
they
far
just-
away
they
from
live
everybody.
So far away from all her friends.
Yeah. That was something she said in the original one. There is
Yeah.
some weird euphemism she uses in this one, though, that she did not use in the original one, coming up a little bit later. Which I referenced specifically on Twitter, and I think some people didn't believe me because of how bizarre it sounded.
I'm sorry, Boober. Same. Yeah, it fucking sucks, doesn't it? Oh my... Like, obviously I could still fly over, but those flights currently cost 12 fucking grand. Like, it's a bit much. And I know that I'm not the only...
Look, man, you're paying at minimum $10,000 for a new model. Don't try and make me feel
Nano,
sympathy for you when you're like, I'd have to pay $1,200 for a flight. Yeah, it's probably chump change
Dude,
for you.
I'm sitting here. I'm sorry, but it probably is because like I was sitting here with my like $150 VTuber model, which sadly was got like 100 models, and like, oh, I was so affected by this. No, you weren't.
What flight cost 12,000? Yeah, that's right. She said 12 grand, not one.
Oh, 12 grand if it was for notice, maybe.
I don't
If she,
know
like,
where
just,
she's
like,
finding
like
a flight for
tomorrow.
12 grand. Even if it's short
Germany?
notice,
Germany, United States, let's see.
it's got to be short
Let me just
notice,
see real quick.
and she's got to be flying like front of the plane on like the most
Flights
expensive.
from $253. Never mind.
Like I don't.
Holy shit! Flights from Germany to fucking I have not even found anything over 1,000.
I don't know
The
where
most
she got 12
expensive one I
grand.
found is 504.
Because that she said. Because
Yeah, sorry, this does not make sense.
Because I was about to say, chat. I fly across the U.S. about once a year, literally one end of the U.S. to the other end, and I fly on a very big holiday weekend, so tickets are way up in price. And it only cost me like $400 to $500. So I would give you
Yeah.
maybe double that going across the ocean because I've never done international flights before. So I would maybe give her close to 1,000. But
Oh, you know what?
12
I did an international
grand.
flight. I set up one earlier. What was it? Last year before, for my dad. To fly into Mexico, and that was from like Illinois or something. So big distance,
yeah,
and it was $280 round trip.
it's
So
just
I
one of
don't-
those
I don't
things.
know where she's getting this.
It's just because even if you go for like you're either going for the large amount, which is clearly a lie, or you're going for the small amount, in which
Maybe
case,
first class.
yeah, or you're going for the
Let's
small
see.
amount, in which case, I know you can afford it. You make so much more money than everybody else. Don't lie to me. You make that in one stream. We have seen nothing but constant money
Yeah,
flowing
yeah,
into you
that's
from
true.
your stream. Don't give me bullshit.
friend who's there for her, so I just still wish I could be one of them that's there. Just conveniently around the corner, you know? Man, everyone is so sad. I don't want to make it sound like only Bao is sad, but Bao got stabbed real bad and just...
We could always
Let me just address two things.
You're going to
because
highlight
I know
Bao
most
because Bao is the most genuine out of all of you.
Yeah.
She was caught off guard by this. She just out of surgery. And we gotta fucking go public with this, and she just fucking cried because she has no idea what the fuck to do. So yes, Bao is the most hurt and the most genuine of this, but not for the reasons like this is not you standing up for your friend Bao. This is disgust. This is you using Bao as a talking point, and it's gross.
Yeah.
people are caught up, then I'll get you a TLDR. I know it hasn't been getting any traction whatsoever, but I've seen some, let's call them valid calls, where people go, if Lily knew all this, why didn't she speak up sooner? I'm not a fucking bitch. I'm not a cutthroat fucking bitch. everyone who's had a long-lasting, healthy friendship knows that sometimes you lash out. Sometimes you say shit in the heat of the moment when you're... Man, sometimes I call my friends a bitch too. You know? Sometimes I'm just fucking done.
I'm sorry, but I'm
not gonna fuck...
Maybe I have a little bit more control over my emotions, but I don't lash out and say things I don't say. Words are important.
Can we agree that Nano and Lily jumping Bao with this right after her surgery is awful? I do think it was.
Yes.
Bao did not have to be included in the call-out. Because honestly, the worst part was Silver.
Yeah, Silvervale was by far the most egregious, and 2 sitters on a minute. So yeah, you could have completely excluded Bao, and this doc would have had just as much impact as without it.
But they really wanted Bao involved. I don't know why. But also, look at it. We are at 14 minutes of 37 minutes. In the original video, this was almost at the end.
That's true.
Can cancel my fucking friends just because they called me a bitch, or in the heat of the moment and in great panic they threw me under the bus.
Oh, that's another thing, because I actually had multiple people tell me that Shy Lily implied that Cinder was calling her a bitch. And in her original video, that's what it sounds like. She says, you know, just because someone called me a bitch doesn't mean I'm going to cut them out from my friendship. In this one, in the full context, she says, I've been calling my friends bitches all the time, and, you know, that's not a reason to cancel somebody.
Look, more people might mean more credibility in the court of public opinion, but it doesn't just end court. And people have found out on the wrong way what can be brigading and all. Oh, well, guess what? It's 8 of us have come out about this victim, and then the victim gets some fucking shit in discovery, proves empirically that no, they were not the fucking guilty party, and then everyone in the court of public opinion looks like a fucking jackass. So yes, while more people coming out lends quote-unquote credibility to the public, I would argue that as the public, you guys should be extra skeptical, especially if like 7, 8 people come out against one person at once. That is not normal.
Like, and even if they really needed to include like Bao in this, why can't you just push it back a week? Why do you have to release this all together on this same day?
Once. I'm not gonna fucking cancel them and put them on a spot and be like, how fucking dare you, whore! Happens, man. Sometimes, when you're backed in the corner, scraping the bottom of the barrel, you cope by lashing out. You deflect. I'm not saying it's good, but it happens. You know? I'm not gonna throw a fucking Google Docie out there just because I've been mildly done wrong once. You know? It's just, you don't do that. It's stupid.
That's exactly what you did, though. But we talked about that the first time.
You call me a whore. What can you say? It's just, you don't do that. It's stupid. No, but you get it? Obviously, I'm not gonna... Who the fuck? I'm gonna be the cutthroat bitch if I make a fucking Google Docie with one screenshot of Cinder throwing me under the bus once. When she was probably, you know, doesn't justify it, but it was one time lashing out. I'm gonna be the cutthroat bitch then. People are like, okay, Lily, but like, why can't you just talk, you know? Or everyone knows a story or two. The whole friend circle is made out of good people.
She's lampshading this so hard.
I'm sorry.
I would be a cutthroat bitch if I really stuck.
Here's the problem. Yeah, that's a total lampshade. But another big problem here too. I, as a person, have never believed somebody who insists they or their group is a good person. She just said everybody in that group chat is a good person. Well, now I don't fucking believe it, because if you have to convince us that you have to establish that you're a good person, you're not a good person. You show it through your actions, like, oh, guys, trust me, we're all really good people.
It was released one day before a big day for Cinder, her debut of a new model. I will have to double check that, but if that's true, that does make this look actively malicious. Because they didn't give Bao time to really respond. So, like I said, I'll have to double check it if that's true.
Yeah.
I'm new to this type of stuff. What's lampshading? It's basically when you try to cover up what you're doing as you're doing it, pretty much. So she's...
Alpha 115 says, again, I want to point out the docs were released at 1 to 4 a.m. in various U.S. time zones. For Germany, it would be early morning. Cinder is very lucky to have noticed the docs on Twitter due to the time. Yeah, I agree. The timing of it was basically the ability to give it the most amount of time before Cinder could see it and react to it.
Yeah.
Because then that's just extra points against Cinder going, oh, well, why did it take you this long to respond? Because I was fucking asleep.
Yeah. But just so chat is aware, lampshading is basically what Lily is doing here, where she says, as she is currently talking about releasing docs and being petty over small shit, she's saying, well, I could have been petty and released a doc over small shit, but I would never do that because me and my friends are such good people. It's like, but you're actively doing that. You're telling us you're not doing it while you're doing it. And it's the idea of you're putting a lampshade over it to cover it up.
They all see this shit and they're like, you know what? What a bitch move. But anyways, let's move past that. It's a new day. Let's move past it. It's a new fucking day. Don't fucking sit there and pretend you've never called your friends a bitch. Or, you know, said something you didn't quite mean. You were just lashing out at one time, man. It's when the dominoes fell. The dominoes fell. The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular thing. Like 5 or so days ago. One thing leaked. A singular thing. And I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound...
So, we talked about this kind of the first time, but I want to reiterate, I want to know how this leaked. I want to see the conversation where this supposedly leaked. Because you were saying this is what kicked all this off and this is what started it, but you didn't make a document. So we didn't see any of how you got involved in this, even though you were admitting you were the first person to get involved. Like, why are we not shown the start of this campaign?
Like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who would kind of...
We have seen it. We have not seen it. We have seen what she is claiming she saw. She is not showing us how this leaked to her, how she found out about this. And what we know from the conversations that have been shown of Nano, Nano is very loose-lipped about talking drama with people. So if it leaked, Nano was probably shit-talking somebody. It makes no sense for it to have leaked any other way. Unless Nano was just sharing around her conversations with people.
What's funny, too, is I do have a warning to Belle and Cy Lily and others. Like, Nanolist is not your friend. Like, you think that just because she had your back this time and you guys coordinated, you think that's good? No, it could be 2 years, some slight that she misunderstands. She's going to release a Google Doc on you. So I'm just saying, Nano is not a person you should trust with confidential or privileged information.
Yeah.
Who does those things? They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do. Because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to.
Wait.
And the other one?
Sorry,
Yeah.
no, pause. One of them I canceled for a dentist thing. It wasn't the actual day, but I just didn't want to. You just like
No, it's
the
2 different
words you're
things.
saying
2 different
for
moments.
in one sense. Okay, it is 2 different moments. Okay.
Day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply did.
Wait, no, you were right. I'm sorry. No, you were.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I was
It
right.
wasn't
No,
that
she's
day,
just
I just
in
didn't
the
want
same
to.
sentence contradicting herself. She's literally. Oh my God! I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm here. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go back because I think Ava's right on that one. I think I'm wrong.
Sorry, can't do. Because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just...
Because she says the day after the dentist. So that is a singular point. One of them was for a dentist. It wasn't that day, but I didn't want to.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I misheard that. That is
No,
why.
I don't blame you for mishearing that. I thought that I had misheard it, so...
simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah. One of them I did.
Yeah,
because
I did
at that one,
And I'll do it again.
I like how she says one of them I dodged. It's like, no, actually, all three of them you dodged.
Yeah,
It's just, you claim to only have an excuse for one.
Which isn't an excuse, because you immediately set that down by saying, oh, well, I just didn't want to go.
Yeah. And chat, the thing is, this by itself means nothing, right? It's okay if Lily dodges these things because she doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
But
what I have
she
a problem
says
is
Cinder
her having
lied.
A problem with Cinder dodging collabs.
No, not Cinder dodging.
So
This is in reference to Cinder claiming Lily dodged and Lily saying that was slander because she didn't. Lily is openly
she clearly
admitting
did, though.
that Cinder was right,
Yeah,
and
you're
Cinder
right.
just
You're
clocked
right,
her.
and guess what, guys? Truth is an absolute defense to defamation. So even as you could somehow say this was slanderous, the fact is she herself is admitted to dodging multiple collabs. So that claim was not inaccurate.
The docs have been fake or what? No, the docs are real. To clarify for any new
The docs
people
are real.
showing up, because we are consistently getting new people in here, our position is everybody in this group sucks. But nobody wants to call
this
anyone
is-
out but Cinder because they're afraid of
don't
like these
make
bigger
any friends
creators.
with anybody in this group.
Yeah.
Except for Bounce Silverveil. They seem cool.
But yeah, it's funny. She's like,
At the very
I didn't
least,
dodge.
don't
I just
become
didn't want to do
friends
it.
with Sally, or at least don't get in her crosshair.
Yeah. I just love the I didn't dodge. I just didn't want to do it, so I didn't show up. That's dodging.
And then this one, and then she's like, oh well, no, I straight up dodged that one. Yeah, it's like, okay, where are we right now? What is this?
It is so wild that she actually says all this, and people
Oh my
believed
god, no,
it.
delete it. Lily, when I dodge, it's cheeky and fun. When you do it, it's harmful and me.
dodged. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. One of them I did. Because at that one, I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me
Stop
dodging is the one
saying-
concerned
Yeah,
as to
I
why I'm
dodged that
dodging.
one, but that was the only one. The other one I dodged too, though. I'm sorry. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Again, remember chat. Cinder and Red slandered Lily by saying Lily was dodging. Is absolute slander
Lily's right here
by
going,
claiming she did
I'm
it.
dodging the fact that I dodged.
Oh, it's so
Oh my god,
funny.
this is great.
What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace you with someone else. Cool. It's called
No, I
projection.
guarantee you they probably privately messaged you and say what's going on, and you could have, and again, this is speculation, so there's no proof or anything, but I feel like if anybody else in that friend group reached out to Shy Lily probably once said, I just don't feel like collabing right now.
Yeah.
And that would be it. And that's fine. Again, this is all fine. Like, dodging collabs is not some egregious sin that must be paid in blood. Like, that's not the point we're making here. The point is, Cinder had a feeling that you were dodging collabs, and you, in fact, were dodging collabs. And you're calling her paranoid when she was right.
She said the one that was annoyed about me dodging is the reason I dodged. That's exactly what she said.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah.
This is how she does a lot of this thing that she did on stream, is she'll say, yes, Cinder was right about me, but she was projecting. It's like, no, she just clocked you.
You can't be right, and yeah, she clocked you. That's what happened.
She admit dodging other people she doesn't like and then don't know about it. She says the first two she dodged because she just didn't want to, and because she had a dentist appointment, except she didn't have a dentist appointment. She just didn't want to that time as well.
And then the next day, and then she just straight up dodged it. And then, yeah, it's just like, I'm sorry, this whole narrative is such a fucking mess.
She really should have wrote a script. Probably. Ike says you can be paranoid or you can be right. Exactly. She's gonna spend the entire time saying Cinder is paranoid, but she was right. It's like, well, she wasn't really paranoid, was she?
Yeah, no, if anything, she's clairvoyant.
Guess what? She fucking knew.
Oh, one of my defenses of the original Cinder call-out was that Cinder can't be psychic. At this point, maybe she just is psychic and I'm wrong. she clocked Lily so well.
This was a good clock.
She knew! Absolute business. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly I did do once. Anyways,
Okay,
I was accused of not acknowledging...
not sure how to see it. You say, I mean to be fair, considering the overwhelming reaction, she didn't need to write a script. Yeah, I would say she didn't need to maintain the court of public opinion side. But if she wanted to not sound crazy and completely contradictory to herself, to people like us who look at this with some nuance and some cynicism, yes, she absolutely needed to. Like, if you want to sell something like this, you need to sell it to the people who are not going to believe it. So, I'm not even somebody who would say, I automatically did believe it. I was just skeptical. So if you couldn't go the whole distance, you should have made a script.
Exactly.
Which, somewhat fairly, I did do once. Anyways, I was accused...
I like how she immediately changes it. She admits to dodging 3 collabs and then says, I did it once. And this is not like a huge gap in time.
3 times.
Like, even with this edit, it's not a huge gap in time. It's not even a minute since she last said it was 3 collab dodges.
Yeah, this is fucking crazy.
Of not acknowledging her when she rates. And like, oh, sorry, you know when Buff rated me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pup of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff Pup from Twitch.tv over here. Like, now I get to say it.
She's so upset about this specifically. It's so funny.
And it's one of those things is like...
why it's so funny to me is because earlier in this very video, she said she had a problem with the fact that she was addressed not by her full name in her own section.
Yeah.
So you're... Oh my god, God, the hypocrisy.
This is what I mean, chat, when I say literally they are all the same. At absolute best, they are all the same in this. And she goes to this huge rant, like, yeah, I didn't say your full name. What's the big deal? Start of the stream, you didn't say my full name. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, it's so great.
Yes, it's scandalous. When she said yes, she's gonna be petty about it, doesn't matter. Lap shading your behavior does not excuse your behavior.
Exactly.
The fucking...
Also, I'd point out that she's being petty about it live, but the fact of the matter is, she was being petty about it before the docs came out. Because that's the reality, is this started before this stream. So she's already been through this once.
Yes, there are a lot of people in this friend group that I do believe were dragged into this. I believe that you know what? The boss said jump and everyone had to say how high. Whether or not they wanted to. Whether or not they were right out of surgery. Whether or not they were buck pup and really didn't want to be dragged into this fucking drama.
Yeah.
I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. I'm having a normal-ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Gotta get the full government name out there because apparently else people don't feel.
And again, this is a weird thing that Redacted had mentioned having a problem of where, oh, you didn't thank Cinder by name, which is gross. It's weird. I don't like it. But she did say, hey, welcome to the Pyro Puffs. Thank you for the raid. So, like, the fact that she's still on this when, honestly, I'm on her side, she did acknowledge the Pirate Pups and Cinder as a community when they raided. Like, why are you so hyper-focused on this? Why is this such a big deal?
Yeah, this is one of the spots that might genuinely be projection on her part.
Waste. Otherwise, people don't feel like they did a good job rating you. Like, damn, I'm sorry. What was the other accusation? Let me think real quick. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since V-Card, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since. It's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all, and that was from...
Not reflecting, projecting.
Yeah.
At that point, a few days ago, that one screenshot, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of, it's not true. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM, but...
There you are admitting again the issue, and again, like, I think it's entirely inappropriate for Redacted or Cinder to air out their grievances with Shy Levy to Nanolist.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you do that, when you bring in a third party to your fucking drama and your weird fucking perceived slights. But Shy Lily, you are literally admitting to dodging collabs, ghosting. All of Cinder's concerns about you were just accurate.
Yeah. Like, she's tried to pretend like, she had no... I proved that she was wrong. What did you prove? Exactly. Because the proof you're showing us is not good. Or explaining to us is not good.
Somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord. I'm very distant, I'm very messy, I don't check often, and I'm not very thorough. So, and she knows that too, because it happened last year as well.
I like how she's saying this specifically because they're accusing Cinder of knowing everything her boyfriend did on Discord. It's like, you don't even know what you're doing on Discord.
Yeah, apparently you don't know what your own actions are on Discord. But no, I will say this. It's... like, I am also somebody who has trouble with Discord because I'm introverted and asocial and all that shit. So I will say this is something that, like, sharing, I need to remind myself of and be more on top of, because I get it, that is a thing. But again, when you take this in conjunction with everything else that they've been using to pile on Cinder, it's just extremely mean girl hypocritical. No one here was in the right.
Yeah.
She knows it too. It's why we have a group chat with her and Buska and me in it. So if she wants to plan something, hello? So if she wants to plan something, she knows where to go, and she has used it in the past.
I like how she says if she knows when to when to plan something, where to go. Except you just said that you don't check your Discord often, and that you don't pay attention to what people send you. What do you mean?
Recently, for V-cards and stuff. But Lily, you don't know every message I send on your behalf, obviously.
She's talking to her manager in chat, by the way. And they're trying to, they're trying to lampshade this and be like, oh, you don't know every message I send. It's like, no, you don't. Might get myself in trouble, but I'm gonna say it anyways. So chat, just today, I learned that my manager had sent a message on my behalf that I did not like. And I told him as much that I did not like it. I didn't know he sent that until hours afterwards. And I only knew because he told me. You're just not gonna know every specific thing they sent.
Yeah, little critique to the managerial stuff, and communication happened, but Buddy, who is also my manager, you need to run that stuff by us before you approach somebody on our behalf.
Yeah,
Even if it's just cursory, it's fine.
I don't want to get super into it. Yeah.
Don't do the thing and then say, oh, by the way, I did this. I'm gonna be like, oh my god, what did you say? How did you say it? What the fuck?
Yeah, so all I will say, chat, is basically I had already told him my feelings about it. But then what he actually told the other person was very different, even though it conveyed ultimately the same message. And the reality is that happens. And we had to have a discussion about it. You can't sit here and pretend like, oh, I know every single message my manager sends. No, you fucking don't. I dare you to prove to me that your manager at any point in time, even just one time, has just opened up their Discord to you and let you read through all of their chats. That shit's not happening.
That would never happen.
This is just not
honestly, the only way that I could get that to happen is to sue and get the courts to fucking give me discovery. Like, that's the only way you're getting all the messages somebody fucking said in a platform. Like, I'm sorry. Like, again, I've worked in family law. I've had wives and husbands both come in, say, I need to file for divorce because my significant other has been doing such and such for 5, 10, 15 years, completely unbeknownst to me. And you own a business with him? Yeah. And he was pimping girls out the back without your knowledge? Yes. Okay. People, believe it or not, people can be that oblivious. And just because you are in a relationship with somebody doesn't mean that you're sharing every little thing. This is not puppy dog love, okay? This is the real world.
Yeah, somebody in chat mentions this, and this is actually a point I have brought up with other people before, is the idea that, well, they've been dating for a long time, so obviously they know everything each other says. Just look at any serial killer ever that was married, and I guarantee you their family will say they had no idea what the fuck was going on. That's...
Yeah, Furry Floofer says, but people know everything their manager said. In a court of law, would this ever be a valid form of testimony? Not that statement itself, but a thing could be said that it is still your responsibility and duty of care as a client to be informed about what your manager is doing. If your manager does something that gets you sued, the court is not going to accept that, oh, well, your manager did. Your manager will be punished, but your branding, your company, your IP, whatever it is that's being sued is going to take the hit because your manager is a representation of that brand. So if you want to be aware of everything your manager is doing, I encourage that. Make sure you open up the lines of communication. But you have to understand that those communication lines are not going to just be open by default. You have to seek that information, and it's your responsibility to seek that information. And that's what Redacted and Cinder clearly didn't do with each other. It's what Nano clearly didn't do, because Nano has actually mentioned, oh, I can't do such and such because my manager said so. So apparently Nano was, for all this manipulation that they've gone through, they went through it with a manager at the head making the decisions. So I don't know what that's about either.
Yeah, I will say, just so people have it clear, my complaint with this, legally speaking, Cinder is on the hook for what her manager said. But these aren't just her business partners. These are supposedly her close friends. And the reality is, just because you are legally required to do something doesn't necessarily mean it's fair. So one thing that I
said not legally required. I said legally obligated.
Yeah.
So it would make it easier for you in court if you ended up getting sued if you knew everything your manager was doing. That is simply not realistic, though. Well, so people have to understand that while it might be an obligation, it's not something that is going to happen or could happen. But when asked in court, they're going to be like, look, you should have known your manager was tortuously interfering with other people's contracts. And as a brand being sued, you have made damages to these other brands and you have to pay reparations. That's just how that goes. But again, the girls should have approached Cinder, not Redacted, but, well, actually, even approaching Redacted would have been all right. But they should have approached their friend and said, hey, your manager has been pursuing these things in a really aggressive way, and we just want to ask it, do you know about this? We want to clear the air. Like, is that should have happened, it did, and that's a problem.
Also, I will clarify where Shy Lily falls into this conversation is pretty small potatoes in the grand scheme. Dodge some collabs, that's the worst of it. No, Shy Lily organized this. That's what this stream ends up admitting, is that she actually pushed for all of this to happen.
Herself on what a Cinder's what Redacted's complaints about Cinder and Shy Lily's interactions with each other were about. Basically, this is her going, well, I didn't dodge, well, I did dodge one collab, I did do this, I did do that. Everything that Cinder was apparently venting to Nano about, or redacted rather, has been proven true through Shy Lily's own words. She has said that she's dodged collabs. She's dodged collabs because of dental appointments that weren't dental appointments, because she just knew already that that Cinder was a bad egg, that she has ghosted her on Discord, and that she lapses the behavior by saying, oh, I'm not good at Discord. Now, all of this is just in response to Cinder's apology, but the fact of the matter is, Shy Lily and Nanolis got together over a week beforehand, got this collaboration together to make this hit piece, and then released it in a coordinated effort to attack Cinder over what Redacted was doing, instead of approaching Cinder privately. That is the problem that we have, and that is the critique that we are laying. Not what Cinder did or what Redacted did. What they did was wrong. We're not challenging what happened and what Cinder's admitted to.
We gotta continue.
Forgot, Busca operates completely independent and I have absolutely no knowledge of anything happening ever. I just want this to be public knowledge, so if I get cancelled I can throw him under the bus. Even when there is screenshots proving that I clearly am aware and I am confirming and doubling down and siding with him. I just want you guys to know. Busca too. So anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab, because I simply didn't fucking feel like it. And yes, I am guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asked for a collab, which, by the way, she also only does when there is something business related.
Again, she just continues with like the lampshading. It was like, yeah, I ghosted her, but she only asked me for business anyways, so like it's okay that I did. It's not helping her case.
FK drop, VCard drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch. Then I'm important. Then we can network. Then he was business. So I am guilty of that, but like I said, I would like to excuse myself from those 2 sins because she knows better.
You don't get to. You don't to excuse yourself. I'm sorry, no. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Excuse myself from those.
I can't believe she just said, I would like to excuse myself from. No, fuck you. That's God. If I had heard that in court, I'd be so fucking furious. Like, you don't get to just unilaterally excuse yourself from the behavior you are being accused of doing. It turned out to be right. And then you made a fucking Google Doc whatever. But
yeah.
She knows better. It's been a thing last year, and last year it wasn't a problem. Only until Nano worked on me, it was a problem. Anyways.
Again, this is something that kind of goes to where Lily doesn't offer the same charity to others that she expects to be offered to herself. Because she repeatedly says, early on in the stream, this has been building up slowly over time. And then now she's saying, yeah, I've been doing this stuff, but it was only a problem recently. I don't know, Lily. Maybe it's been building up over time. I wonder if that's a possibility. But she doesn't allow Cinder to have that same charity that she offers herself.
Long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a
Also, like, she has this message. She never shows it on stream. She never even, like, specifically points out which message in the Nano document it was. Like, just show us the message. What was the message? You have it. You have the proof, apparently.
Problem when I come to me, and boy,
sorry, that's classified.
Exactly.
I started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents. And if this is weird, she has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird?
Pause for quick. Poor Nano realized that there must be more to the, or you said that there must be more. And Nano has critical, no, Nano listens to you to think for her. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm almost convinced that Shy Lily fucking put most of this ideas of being manipulated shit in Nano's head. Because what we see in the screenshots does not match what Nano has been quote-unquote convinced of.
Pretty much, yeah.
Where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do. That's where it started. And obviously, me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this
This
with the
literally
people.
reminds me of like two girls who are single trying to convince that the girlfriend that they have that's dating, the man's no good for you. This is a problem. This is concerning. Like, am I wrong?
No, it's what it sounds like.
Affected, especially Bao, but because, you know, that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao, especially that one. And Nano, the fucking giga chat she is, agreed. She agreed. So we made a group chat, like a few days later because Bao had surgery, so it took a while. We made a group chat. Can you imagine that giga chat?
So I would like to point out that she says they made a group chat a few days later because Bao had surgery. However, in Bao's stream, she says that she was already approached before surgery a week earlier by Lily.
Yeah, that's an impeachment.
She is not being straight with us about how everything worked. And this is what I mean when I think Bao really threw kind of a wrench into her plans. Because Bao was a little too honest, because that's just how Bao is. She just speaks from like her heart, I guess. And sometimes that's bad, sometimes that's good.
For us right now, it's very good because it shows the little cracks in Shy Lily's narrative.
Yeah. So chat, if you didn't get to see Bao's stream, Bao was very emotional. She was crying, and she says she's telling how she got involved, and says, Lily approached me about a week ago, but I had surgery, so I asked her to come back later. And then she came back a day after my surgery. And now Lily, in her retelling of the story, is she just waited to do anything before Bao's surgery was over, even though she had already approached her previously. And she's already admitting that she's already talking to Nano and gathering this evidence before approaching Bao.
Yep.
The fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything, not just, you know, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences where you're like, well, shit happens. Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would love to see the actual group chat full of it. Unedited, unadulterated, because I guarantee you there's some shit said in the moment that is just vile.
Yeah. So I will point out...
I'm talking about like, yeah, we're gonna take this bitch down and shit like that. Like, I promise you that kind of narrative was being presented as they gathered and put together what they were going to actually show.
Yeah. And like I said, this is something from earlier in the stream that had been cut out that colors what she just said, because she says, sometimes you call your friend a bitch. And I had multiple people on Twitter who took that to mean she was saying Cinder called her a bitch. However, in the unedited version that we're watching at the start, she says that she called people bitches. That was her, like, problem, that when she would get mad, she would yell at people and call them that. So she's referencing herself, but people, because it was edited out, think she's referencing Cinder. And it's these little white lies that she tries to, like, add up to make Cinder look like a worse person. Like, oh yeah, Cinder's running around just calling us all bitches and, you know, being rude to us. It's like, that was your behavior. But you edited that part out.
Related incidences where you're like, well, shit happens. Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under the bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
She does, no.
She's talking about herself here.
Throwing somebody under the bus is not a heat of the moment fucking sake. Holy shit, that is wild to say.
I have, in the past, when somebody has approached me and brought up something shitty my friend did, the first thing I have told them is, maybe my friend, you know, they were just like stressed or something. I'll go talk to them. They probably didn't mean it that way. In Lily's world, you say, oh yeah, no, my friend's a bitch, dude. You just have to, they just like that. You have to deal with them. This is ridiculous.
Sometimes we be feeling, you know, feeling real bitchy today. Might go out later.
It's terrible.
But we realized that it wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just one incident. It wasn't just a isolated incident. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years that just kept going.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I have a puzzle piece and I use a hammer to force the pieces together, I can make everything connect too.
Exactly.
Stop, you know? And that's when we knew this is fucked up. And respect to my friends, we all decided after all of the receipts and obviously being very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night.
Also, thank you for the 10 Simo and the cute little sticker that comes with it. Is appreciated. This is stuff, chat, though we've already heard, but I'm gonna let it play out because there are like little things in between.
Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like, what the fuck? No way. But we still said it.
Yeah, real quick, I'm gonna loop it back. Because in the original, remember, she said they waited a day because they were all very emotional.
Very emotionally unstable to sleep over it for a night. Obviously, we were all ready for blood. We were like...
That part was cut out of hers. We were all ready for blood. Again, it's these little things that has been cut out of her version of it. That maybe by itself it doesn't really mean all that much, but she's cutting it out intentionally to paint herself as like a better looking person. It's just open manipulation. And I just don't like that she's cutting out those parts of what she said in her message.
What the fuck? No way. But we still said it. Just sleep a night over it. Give it one night. Let's sleep over it. One night. The next day, once everyone was awake and had time to deal with their emotions, we all still knew this has to happen. Like, I'm sorry, but sleeping over this just made it so much more clear that this can't be. And this is where...
No, okay, pause this. And this is gonna be some wild speculation on my part. But what happens... Oh, guys, we can't release the doc now. Because she's up. Let's all sleep, wake up when it's freaking 1 a.m. in the United States, and then let's fucking post it. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Notice, this isn't just to expose what she's done to us. This is to expose the fact that she is doing these things. And who... This is speculation. This complete speculation. But if that's the stuff that happens in this circle, what else could happen? A pattern is a pattern, you know. Again, speculation, but we were like...
If she's capable of this, who knows what she's capable of?
A pattern is a pattern.
Don't fucking go schizo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this floor is made of floor.
We would feel terrible knowing that.
I would like to point out for people that did not see the original Cinder doc, and we're not like renegotiating the original Cinder doc. When she says a pattern, what she actually means is a couple messages 3 years ago, one message 2 years ago.
From somebody not involved in Cinder.
Yeah. One message like two years ago, and a couple more messages at the top of this year. Like, she's trying to say it's a pattern, but it's literally years and years of space in between each clump of messages. That's not a very good pattern. In total, chat, I don't remember the exact number, but in the Cinder callout, with all of the messages added up, there were about 20 messages, and 2 of them were from Cinder. In the Cinder callout, 2 of the messages came from Cinder. Everything else was somebody else.
Which is insane, by the way.
The messages
To
were
have that many
chronologically out of
screenshots
order.
and only 2 of them.
Yeah,
Yes, they were out of order. Sparky's Tech actually put them in order for us.
yeah. They actually put the messages in reverse order, so it looked like all the behavior that came after came from the behavior at the start, when in reality it was the opposite. And it paints a different picture because it makes all the stuff that comes after look like intentional slights and not accidents.
She conducts business throughout the next couple years, hurting more people like this. Can't do. No. And turns out, turns out it was a bit bigger than just our group. Google Docky.
She says that, by the way, but you have not actually shown us it's involved with anybody else other than your group. The only person outside of your group that's been involved is that Rain person. And for those of you who don't know, Rain is the one that accused Cinder of cheating on her boyfriend. As soon as Rain got their apology from Cinder, they dipped. They have a message that says, "I accept the apology, I'm leaving."
That's funny.
They took the apology and ran because people were starting to say to them, you know, your first message says that you knew she was in a relationship. So you were actively helping her cheat and you didn't have a problem with it. And he dipped. He was done.
Turns out it was just a bit bigger than our group. And so, yeah. And we all knew she was gonna throw her manager under the bus. We all fucking knew. When you look at the screenshots and you know her and you see the manipulation, the first fucking thing you know is she'll throw her manager under the bus. Everything went live. And
When you
know
look
what
at the painting and you squint real hard, close your eyes and imagine something else, it could look like anything.
Well, I will say, yeah, it would be obvious that she's going to, like, quote, throw her manager under the bus. And that's because every piece of evidence you have...
Because her manager was the person doing the things, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Like, imagine saying this about literally anything else. Like, the plumbing goes wrong in somebody's house, and you're like, oh, well, the guy that installed it must have fucked it up. Being like, why are you blaming the guy that installed it?
The bus?
Yeah. Like, it's like,
Yes,
yeah, he's the one that did it.
Because he's the one in charge of that shit, and he did wrong. So guess what? It's so fucking wild.
It's... She blamed the guy that did all of it. Yes? Question mark?
Yeah. And she fired him immediately, as I would. As Val would when Val found out that her manager was doing shit.
Yeah.
The first thing they both did, they messaged Nano, going, Nano, please. You know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Her pussy so fat, bro.
You're gonna hear a lot of talk about her pussy.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Here's the thing. That's what makes it weird, right?
She's doing the girl version of, like, oh, she's got big balls, right? That's what this is intended to be. But I'm gonna say, as a girl, this comes off as really fucking weird.
Just keep in mind that in the original version, all she said was that Giga Chad blocked her. That was all she said. This is what she actually said during stream.
Fine, but all of a sudden her pussy's so fat, like, whoa, holy shit.
Oh, no, keep listening, because keep in mind, that is all she said in the original. This is how much the editor had to remove.
Nano, please.
Yo,
you know what that absolute fucking Giga chat did? Her pussy so fat, bro. Blocked. Blocked. Her pussy's so fucking fat for that. Blocked. So, you know, we knew this was happening. Whatever. We've said our piece.
She's gonna bring it up again later. But
Is she real? Oh my god.
It's such a weird thing to hear. Maybe it's because I'm not a woman that I don't get the comparison.
Yeah, that's what. Like it's like one another thing, instead of a nut up, it's pussy up.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Is, like, look, I would say have some balls, but let's be real. What of the two can take a pounding? Like, it's that kind of attitude. I get it, but it's not common. It's not normal for men to hear, and it just comes across as a little hypersexual. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the women take this one from me because I don't get it. I'm sorry, ladies. I don't. I'm not. No. You can say she has big balls. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
But it's a feminist thing.
Yeah.
There's no reason to continue to dogpile onto it when we've set our part. But then, the next evening, the quote-unquote apology dropped. And
This doesn't work as an excuse, by the way. Well, there was no reason for us to dogpile on it, but then she released an apology. Yeah, she was always going to do that. I don't get it.
And the fact that you feel that her apologizing requires that you dogpile on her so no one accept it is disgusting. In my, like, I'm sorry, that's just, that is absolutely vile.
Yeah.
one part struck me specifically because she very clearly, first of all, it isn't a fucking apology. Yeah, the queens she could produce with that fat pussy. But it wasn't even an apology. It was, I'm sorry you feel this way. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Again,
I'm sorry you got
show
caught.
me where.
Yeah. But you heard it again. She did the fat pussy thing again. She's going to keep doing that. The editor had to cut out so many of those for no reason.
But in this, I'm sorry I was manipulated into hurting you. Fuck of an apology, bro. Fuck of an apology. And one thing that struck me specifically is when she dedicated a section to me and someone else. First of all, okay, I am petty. I didn't even get a section for myself. I am going to be super petty. Not even a section for myself. For someone that is so upset for me not naming her full fucking government Twitch.tv name, for someone to just put me in a document as Lily when previously referring to me as the other gamer subs owner. I don't even get a section for myself with my name properly fucking written. Come on,
you
bro.
really,
Come on.
Look, she's that mad about her not being called by her fee and line handle and getting her own section in the apology. You can't tell me this is they're all the same.
Don't
they're
be
all
such
the
a
fucking
hypocrite.
same.
You don't get to be upset at that shit. At that shit, and then put me there, throw me in there, and be like, "I'm so sorry, I had no knowledge of this." And that's when I got mad because no knowledge, my ass. But here's the problem: a lot of what we know is hearsay, because the girls spent time together, vacation, travel, blah blah blah. You know, I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in this section that she dedicated to Cotton and me, she said, "Sorry for not having any knowledge of this," and that's where I kind of got mad because, like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience. But there is also more receipts, verifiable receipts, that weren't added to the doc because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know? So you pick and choose what you want to have up there.
I definitely feel like this is another example of her lampshading, because I think she realizes that nobody's really going to buy it. Because she says, "Oh, all the receipts we put out were stuff we had. Everything else is hearsay." And I guess halfway through her speech about hearsay and experiences, she realizes that's not going to look well. And she immediately swaps up again to, "Actually, no, we do have tons more receipts, but you can't see them."
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
And so, for her
absolutely, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
She has no knowledge, and I know for a fact she does, but I have no proof other than hearsay. It reminded me
You don't know for a fact, you crazy bitch.
Exactly. Just to go back so chat could hear it.
No proof other than hearsay. It reminded me of that one fact, the one receipt we do have though, where she herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words because again, that screenshot isn't public, but I made sure to quote her words.
Chat, this is what we were talking about at the start, where they show her message to Cinder, or her reply to the apology, where all Cinder says is along the lines of, "I feel a lot of pressure to like match up to Lily." And that's what she's talking about here. That's the great evil thing that Cinder has said that's not public.
Herself personally throws me under the bus, and I made sure to quote her own words, because again, that screenshot isn't public, but I made sure to quote her words. She'll know what we're talking about. Those quotation marks,
We don't know that you're quoting the words then.
Yeah. We don't know that you're quoting her words, but even if you are, I really don't think it's that big of a deal. Just straight honestly.
Yeah.
I made sure she knows what I'm talking about, what I'm referring about. The screenshot isn't there, but there's a couple like that. And the fact that she only took accountability for stuff that's been published and not the stuff that was kept hidden says enough for me. To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to
did she
let
just
her friend...
trivialize her, like, the parts of the apology she took accountability for?
Yes.
Yeah, God. Fuck it.
And the fact that she only took accountability for stuff that's been published and not the stuff that was kept hidden says enough for me.
She only apologized for the stuff that people know about. It's like, I could maybe see your argument. However, that doesn't work for us. That might work for, like, you, and that might work for Cinder.
You just asked her to apologize and out all this other mystery stuff that she's done of her own volition on nothing. You're fucking, that's crazy. You literally, like, apparently Cinder didn't kiss the ring and you took offense to that.
Again, chat, people on Twitter were telling me I was insane for not thinking this was a fantastic response. How dare you not trust what beautiful Lily said? Her response was just a massive takedown of Cinder. Like, the name of this video is Shy Lily fully debunks all of Cinder's apology. What are you guys talking about?
This is fucking somebody crashing out.
This is awful. Also, do you mind talking to chat for like 2 seconds again? I need to go grab something at the door. I'm sorry.
No, hello, chat. How's it going? What debunk? Yes. Huh. Why would you want a public apology for things that the public doesn't know? Yeah. Very, very accurate. Yeah. You mean the entire document? All the receipts that she's shown us are 1,000 cuts to attack her. It's all built up to an 80% idiom in Cinder's word. Yeah. Hypothetically, if you're at the top and see another ways and already have a rocky relationship, push them off a cliff and stay at the top. Yeah. Real, and I see that's what happened here. Funny meeting you, yeah. I know, General Kenobi. Let that. It really sounds like petty bickering between rivals that got out of hand. Yes, Eagle Eye, absolutely. And again, there's no good sides here. Cinder did wrong. So many other people did wrong. Fucking Shy Lily did wrong. Redacted 120 million% did wrong. But again, I'm not taking anybody's side here. I'm over here like, wow, you're all kind of shitty, aren't you? I'm so happy I found the prior stream and this one. I don't feel like I'm the only sane one anymore. Yeah, that's true. Cool. It's anyone who tries to apply nuance to this just gets absolutely dogpiled on Twitter right now. Like, I've seen it with Mizu. I only made a couple posts about it, and I had fucking Niji sisters coming out of left field. They're done defending Niji Sanjay, and they're like, oh, fuck you and your family watched it. Get out of VTube. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess we're at that part in our feelings. Nobody can speak with logic or, like, reason. That's fine.
I'm back. I'm sorry. People that have my regulars here probably know I'm not good at, like, the long streams, so I'm not good at, like, planning stuff around it. I'm like a 2-hour streamer. So I'm sorry for leaving chat.
That's me too.
It's apologies.
To have her use me as part of an excuse as to why she had to let her friend down, that very same friend that spent months of prep, hard work and effort and received a million empty promises, just because a couple days before that she wanted to reschedule a V-Card collab to, you know, make a nice big boom as a collab and sell a bunch of boxes to make some bag. Yeah. Imagine. for a fucking collab. Could have had the collab any other day too. Could have been a day or two earlier. Could have been a day or two later. She rescheduled that collab to be on that date. She put it there on that date that she knew she couldn't. And the only time she ever felt sorry in both the apology and before, guess what? When she was put in her fucking place. People saying, why didn't you handle this private? We did once. We did.
Jesus
and she's
Christ, the only time
deflect-
she was sorry was when she was put in her place. You're a psycho. You're a psychopath. You are literally acknowledging that she was contrite and she was like, she actually apologized and she actually seemed sorry, but you're just dismissing it off of your own fucking crazy neuroticisms. I'm sorry. This, like, I will never watch Shy Lily again. This is wild.
Yeah, also, to point out, chat says the same friend she dipped on multiple times herself. Like, okay, so she dipped on a friend. That's a horrible, evil thing. Didn't you dodge 3 collabs because you didn't feel like it? I don't understand.
And
yeah, and that's
pretending
only
to be
us applying the same logic, right? Like,
Yeah.
personally, dodging collabs, it's not a big deal to me. Things happen. It's whatever. And I me even dodging a collab because you didn't feel like it. Again, fine, go, be you, do you, and live your trends. I don't care. But to excuse yourself and yourself dodging collabs, but hold another person to this higher standard you don't even do. I'm sorry, but there's one thing the internet doesn't like, and that's hypocrisy.
Yeah.
apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None.
I would like to point out, because I actually hear this a lot, and she says that she only apologized when put on the spot. For clarification, a lot of people don't apologize until they're put on the spot because they don't recognize that they did something wrong. You can't just expect somebody to immediately apologize to you if they didn't know it hurt you. And I have to tell this to people all the time. It's like, well, why didn't they approach me to apologize before? Did you tell them it hurt your feelings? Maybe they're like, well, this wouldn't hurt my feelings, so it probably didn't hurt their feelings. I can even see that in this specific situation where it's like, oh, it wouldn't hurt her feelings. Like, we're all business people. She knows that this is just for business and that it doesn't like affect our friendship. I can see that like completely. But they're like, no, she should have known. It's just so dumb.
Only sorry when she gets caught, cause she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Cause if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies that matter to her.
By the way, I wanna, cause we have clarifications from chat from earlier.
This is hard starting dominance.
Yeah, we have clarification from chat and from earlier that this is about Numi. So keep in mind that she is talking about Numi here and saying if you are not on good terms with Numi, you will not make it as an indie. I don't think she understands she might be throwing Numi under the bus with that. By trying to, like, prop her up as, like, some mafia capo. Like, it generally sounds like they're running some protection racket.
And here's the thing. What a mafia capo actually does is they will put that kind of power and influence on one of their underlings. They won't actually state that they have that power themselves, but they would say, hey, I know certain people that if you're not on good terms with, you're not going to make it here. And I know those people. You're the boss, because anything with the mafia is misdirection. So, like, that's all this is to me.
Yeah, so chat, she's talking about, in this, the person that Cinder dips on the event for. And according to chat, which chat could be lying to me, Numi confirmed that that her event was the one that Cinder dipped on. And this is what Lily has to say about Cinder dipping on that event.
And pretending to be apologetic when put on the spot. No proper apology from her before the crash out. None. She's only sorry when she gets caught, cause she knows fucking with that friend that she fucked with will mean the end of her career. Cause if you're not good standing with that person, you're not good standing with like probably 80% of the indies.
That is in reference to Numi. And
That's so fucking wild to make that statement and put Numi in that spot. That's extremely discourteous and rude for Lily to do.
That sounds so weird.
You just made Lily out to be a fucking mafioso. Fucking mob boss. Like, kiss the ring of Numi or fucking die. Like, holy shit, are you kidding me?
It's so weird.
That mattered to her. Because she's the glue that keeps them together half the time. She wasn't sorry because she over her friend's opportunity on a day that she said she'll be there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. She's sorry.
By the way, she said this in the first one, and I didn't stop because I didn't think it was important. What does she say? She says narcissistic, selfish, something, and I physically cannot make it out.
Egotistical fashion.
Over her friend's opportunity.
I think it's
on a
egotistical
day
fashion,
that she
but
said
she
she'll be
slurred her words.
there. She was sorry she was caught in true narcissistic, selfish, egoistic fashion. She's sorry.
Yeah, I'll go with egotistical. I think she says egoist or egotist. She slurs that way too much, though.
She got caught. Like, you ever do a collab again? What, with her? No, of course not. Ban. Rot. Like, with her? No. With others, of course. With my friends, of course. Obviously. But with others, yeah. With her? No. With her, absolutely not. Of course not. Why the fuck would I do that? Oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. No. Throwing me and gamer subs under the bus to save her ass. No. Oh, the pressure I feel. What pressure? The pressure you
Why
begged
did
for?
you bring up gamer subs at all? That's very bizarre.
Yeah, if I was GamerSups, I wouldn't remove her, but I would be like, hey, don't bring our name into this. Don't mention us.
Yeah, you guys need to, like, resolve this, and you need to resolve this as adults, or you both lose your fucking partial ownerships.
Yeah.
The pressure you told them you wanted to have? The responsibility you asked for? Where you wanted to be alongside me? No. What pressure? Hell no. Fuck off my dick, bro. Preach, queen. Maybe off topic what's going to happen with gamer subs? I don't know.
So this is the part where I said that this felt like it was getting very close to criminal. This little speech she does about GamerSups, and it's prompted by a chatter, admittedly.
Maybe off topic what's going to happen with gamer subs? I don't know. But I know that they're trying to find something to handle the situation. I don't know though. But obviously, they can't just say
Okay,
drama.
you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes. And you're not allowed to do what she's about to do, which is to speculate on what GamerSups might do.
Well, actually, did you hear her?
As a partial owner, it's entirely...
She
Yeah, I
doubles
did.
back on it. She says, I know what they're going to do, and then she immediately changes and says, I think they're going to do.
Yeah, no, sir, yeah.
This part was definitely cut out of her
This
full
is-
video.
It's not criminal yet. It's not insider trade. Like, the way you would have to there's a lot to consider here. And corporate law, especially to privately owned companies, which GamerSups is a little bit different than publicly owned companies. Although
Yeah.
there is still insider trading that can be applied to that. So, yeah.
Here, we're going to let her give her little speech.
Yeah,
Queen.
let that happen.
Maybe off topic what's going to happen with gamer subs? I don't know. But I know that they're trying to find something to handle the situation. I don't know though. But obviously, they can't just say a drama pop up and be like, okay, bye. It's not how it works in a business way, sadly. Takes time. If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen. If I non-biased,
Yeah, see, you can't. And here's the thing: like, as a partial owner, I could be wrong this, but I'm pretty sure the only thing that they can really do to her is encourage her or pressure her to sell off her portion. They can't actually do much else in terms of forcing her out.
Yeah.
So
Oh, shit, what did I hit?
this is incredible. This is far closer to the line of insider the trainer, or at least revealing non-public information about the company, that I'm like, Lily, you should not be speaking on this, on what they should do. If the shatter asks this question, your only response should be, I can't talk about that.
Yeah. Chat, it's important to note, it's fine for us to talk about this because I have no affiliation with GamerSups. Lily is a partial owner. You can't do that in that position.
GamerSup's opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares will probably just be bought out down. But again, don't take this as Lily said that. No, I'm just saying, if I had to make a guess, that, you know. You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it, but as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason when they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. I'm sure it happens with guys too.
Didn't you do that? Because
no,
you mentioned...
Let her go down her tangent, because this was definitely cut out for a very obvious reason.
You can't just be like, nah, she's too nice. You can't do that. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? What the fuck? You can't do that. So most people stay back. Usually when you have a gut feeling, in my case anyways, usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very in my own lane kind of person to begin with. I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, you know. Usually you stay back and then you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and how your friends like that friend and how everything seems peachy. And then you're like, you know what? My gut feeling fucking ass. This is the reason I'm constantly constipated. My gut feeling ass. I fucking knew it. Shouldn't have trusted it. You know what? Should have trusted it. Yeah, I'm sure guys can also be catty bitches, yeah. Yeah. Long story short, VTuber makes friends in VTuber space. Friends appreciate having a friend. Turns out they were never a friend. They never intended or wanted to be friends. It was never about friendship. It was always about climbing the career ladder. Said friend, let's call her Snake. Said friend sabotaged, backstabbed, and manipulated behind the scenes. When everything came out.
Sorry, just gross. I just was reacting to what she was doing.
Oh, sorry, your model disappeared.
Yes, it did. I had to read my driver for my GPU crashed.
Oof. What I will say...
Well, it's actually my fault. I found out I've been recording in Audacity for 5 hours.
What I will say is, I don't know.
So yeah, that was my fault.
If chat kind of picked up on that, but in that huge rant, that is Lily saying, "I have always had a gut feeling about her." That does...
And remember, she said you can't be a catty bitch over nothing.
Yeah.
That's what those were her words too. And she just said that she was a distant catty bitch over a gut feeling, aka nothing.
Yeah. Again, this is where she's kind of lampshading her own behavior, because she's gone through this entire stream talking about how she's ghosted her, how she's like denied collabs and stuff. And then she, at the very end, goes, "I always had a gut feeling about her, and it's always made me kind of like a catty bitch to her." I'm like, Lily. In chat, we still have like 4 minutes left for her to make her point. But you could tell why the original stream cut off this entire end a bit.
Because of the first screenshot leaking, followed by more stuff leaking, everyone got together and realized, wow, we've been fucked for the last couple of years. Interesting. Anyways, fast forward, Google Docky. Fast forward, apology without a ukulele. And I kind of crashed out because how fucking dare you take zero accountability. All she had to do, you want a good apology for when you fuck up? VTubers, future streamers, write this shit down. You ever need an apology for when
This
you
is gonna be
actually
her
fuck
fake
up?
apology.
For when you are the bad bitch? Just say,
Oh god, here we
I'm
go.
fucking sorry I acted this way. My greed has caused a lot of damage. Greed that got to me from growing too fast and being too filthy rich by riding on my friends' backs. Instead of seeing how grateful I was supposed to be for it, I saw them as nothing but an asset. I've been truly blinded by how absolutely malicious, vile, and toxic I've treated them behind the scenes, pretending to be a
mentioned-
friend.
Cinder being filthy rich in this apology. You can't tell me that her being the top bitser on Twitch does not fucking seethe, Lily.
Yeah. It's weird.
While separating business and sabotaging them. I can never repair the damage I've caused, and I see now clearly what it truly means to lose everything that you were supposed to be grateful for. I'll take some time away and hope to better myself. I'll never be able to repair what I've broken, but I can try and come forward and be a better person in hopes to have learned from this absolutely awful thing that I've done to my most closest and most supportest, loving friends that are the sole reason I have this platform to begin with. Boom. Boom. Just owe up to it. Take some accountability. Just be like, yeah, I've been a dick. Yeah, I've been a fucking ass. Yeah, I've been blinded. So blinded by my success and money. And greed for even more.
And Lily, you're
The greed
blinded
was
by your
unbearable.
jealousy and hate.
She definitely sounds like it. There's way too much to this.
Well, yes, I'm terrible. Done. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck? Manipulator? Fucking course not. Obviously not. But it's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them.
I'd like to point out that this was cut out of the original too. Even if she had made this kind of apology, Lily
And
says,
greed for even more. The greed was unbearable. Yes, I'm terrible. Done. Of course I wouldn't fucking believe her. What the fuck?
even if she made that kind of apology, of course I wouldn't believe her.
Apology. Her best dreamed apology by herself isn't enough. That's
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
That
Holy
was
shit.
that was obviously cut out of the original.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that was Jesus. Wait, hold on. I gotta get my fucking, here we go.
It's not even an
Here we go.
assumption.
Jesus
She just says
fucking
it.
Yeah, no, she just straight up says it. So basically nothing that Cinder could do. Yeah, this is just you being a mean girl. This is just you being a daddy bitch. Your words.
Manipulator? Fucking course not. Obviously not. But it's the only way to set things right. You can't fix them. But it's the only way to set things right. And to maybe not be a fucking laughingstock for like the next half a year. How conflicting it must be to enjoy someone's content, but then knowing that, feeling so uneasy knowing what a kind of person that is you're supporting, you know? Wanting to enjoy those times and continue to enjoy them while feeling at this moral intersection where you either have to pick the higher route or put on the fucking horse blinders. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, the way she barely
I hear what we could do is decide you guys are all toxic as fuck and avoid you like the plague.
Oh yeah.
her fanbase in her apology. What the fuck? She gave you guys one fucking line. She gave you one fucking line. She's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel bad with me. Like, what?
What would she have to apologize to her fan base for? This is something that most of us agree should have been handled exclusively behind closed doors. Because she didn't do anything wrong to her fan base. Like, you apologize to your fan base when you get, like, a sponsor that scams them, or when you get a merch company that has low quality, stuff like that, that actually affects your fan base. Not, hey, fan base, I'm sorry that my friends are mad at me, therefore somehow you guys were wronged too? Question mark? Like, yeah, she doesn't have anything to apologize to her fans. Obviously.
Hey, one of my chat just gave you, bro. Damn, it's a meme. I'm gonna give this to you. I thought it was cute.
Here, I'll open it for everybody to see. I don't know how well they can see it. There you go, chat.
Family of the puddle, what is your wisdom? When Migos spill tea, it can splash back on themselves.
I do like the idea that I'm in just like this itty bitty little puddle in the middle of the street. it's very adorable. Nope, wrong one.
Holy shit! Crazy. So at the very end of the Google Docky, you get a little quick, oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel this way. What can I say? It's shrimply business. Yeah, shrimply business. It is what it is. Honestly, I'm fine. She saw me as competition, paid it on me for asking for it by wanting a model from the same model mama, which is a bit weird when she's the one begging for partial owner and all kinds of other things that she wants from me. But hey, somehow I'm the one who was looking for trouble for wanting a new model.
That is a very sus thing she drops right at the end that adds to my belief that she might be upset about the partial owner of Gamersup's thing.
Yeah, I think she is. I think, you know, honestly, I think it's shallow. You know what? Fucking, you Gamersups, you're fucking in V card now. Get the fuck out of my life. I think that's what Shy Lily's doing.
Yeah, it seems very suspect. Also, hi, Small and Strong. Nice to see you here. What are the chances Cinder goes full scorched earth and outs a bunch of bad behavior? I think it depends. Because this is the mistake I think Lily and her friends are making. Because the reality is they wanted Cinder gone. They didn't want an apology. So the fact that they keep pushing her and refusing to give her a way back in is going to put her into a position where she doesn't have to feel bad about outing everything. Because she's going to realize she has no pathway back to where she was.
I'm wondering who in like the news tubing or interviewing methodology will actually reach out to Cinder for an interview about this, because that would be gold. I would love to see Cinder talking with somebody there as a mediator, because I think Shy Lily and other people who've made these videos, like, they don't have like somebody to guide like what they want to express and stuff, and so it comes across as a chaotic, insane mess. I think if Cinder had somebody who was able to keep up with the questions, people's concerns and stuff, and keep the narrative moving, I think it would be and work much better for Cinder as a response video than Shy Lily's fucking video, quote-unquote, debunking shit.
Yeah. Nobody will. None of the news tubers have gone against Lily's narrative. Yeah, even people I like have refused to do any digging at all. They're just like, oh, I read the one document and she's a bitch.
No, you're right. It's really sad.
Like, you guys aren't doing any reading into any of this. And real quick, I'll go over this because I was writing it down as we went. So in the Daily Dose of VTubers edit, the things that were included in that were left out of the original video were Lily claiming all of her bad comments were just coping. She openly says she hasn't actually watched the Bao video and probably won't. She constantly drops references to the Cinder hate post that had been making the rounds. She, for some reason, tries to say she's scared of Cinder's larger platform, despite being like 5 times Cinder's size. She gets mad at Cinder for calling herself the Charizard of V-Card and goes on a rant about it. She says twice that people are too naive for believing Cinder. In the original, she just says it the one time. At the end of it, she just adds on the our little friend Snake, which was, for some reason, cut out. She claims that she has an anti-drama policy, but she will go scorched earth if you hurt her friends. She makes a side reference to the small Lola drama, makes a random claim that a flight from Germany to the US is 12 grand, and that she can't afford it. She admits that she calls her friends names in the heat of the moment a lot, specifically referencing bitch like 10 different times. She lampshades the release time of all the documents repeatedly. She admits that she has dodged 3 different collabs, and her excuses don't really add up. She reverts immediately after and tries to say she only did it one time. She admits to ghosting Cinder multiple times. She, quote, excuses herself of those sins. She claims she waited till after bowel surgery to start this.
When we know it's for a fact not true.
Yeah, they cut out the phrase, "we were all ready for blood," from her little rant about talking about this. For some reason, she repeatedly says Nano has a fat pussy 3 different times, and just constantly keeps dropping that. She says the only time Cinder was sorry is when we put her in her place. Claims that wronging Numi will ruin your career with the indies, which is a very interesting claim, and I wonder if Numi agrees with that. Makes the mention that GamerSups might buy out Cinder's shares. Says that she's always had a gut feeling about Cinder being a bad person. And then she adds on to the end of her rant about Cinder's proposed apology that she would not have believed Cinder either way. And all of that got cut out of the original because it looks really bad.
This is
do you have any
I
thoughts?
didn't think it would be this bad.
I'm telling you, people didn't watch it.
Yeah. As far as my thoughts are, that just like I knew like there was a couple pieces that was like, ooh, that's a little weird to say. But like just listening to, especially the Daily Dose of VTuber version. Holy shit, way more eye-opening. Like the version that they released was bad enough of itself, but like not as bad as the 40-minute.
Oh yeah. And again, chat, I think everybody's kind of bad in this, but the fact of the matter is Cinder clocked Shy Lily being a mean girl, and Shy Lily has had a grudge against her ever since, apparently. It is so weird to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I hope, for those of you who just wanted me addressing the Shy Lily thing, I felt like I had to because everybody kept telling me I was insane and that it didn't say any of what I was claiming it said. No, she said she's pretty transparent with the fact that she's kind of a bitch. But everybody keeps like making excuses.
I don't have a problem with that, but I have a problem with her lip setting, and I would like to excuse that behavior. I don't care what you would like to do, motherfucker. If this is a rip apart and an examination of people's character and their morals and ethics, you don't get to excuse yours over some perceived slight. Yeah,
it's wild to me. But do you mind sticking around, Ava, to talk about Tectone, the Eggman?
We can for a little bit more. I do have in a little bit over an hour 7 minutes. I have Fallout 76 with Mama Oko, Tip, and maybe Kratosis.
I thought we were playing Repo tonight. Did we cancel that?
I thought we were too, but no, I don't know. Did we?
Nobody told me it was canceled.
I don't know, hold on. Hold on. Oh, look, here we go. This is actually the perfect example. See, collab clashes happen all the fucking time, and you discuss it like a normal person. I'm sorry, look, I'm gonna have to say I'm a catty bitch. I'm making a Google Doc on you, and the fact, it's all happening right now. I just become Shy Lily. Help me!
I had a new song I was gonna play.
She wasn't lied about position. Oh, did you have a new song?
Yeah, I was gonna play it for the thing. I thought it'd be fun.
Okay, hold on.
Don't worry,
the repo stuff.
Don't worry, we don't have much for the Tectone stuff. So for those of you who just wanted the Shy Lily and the Cinder, that's technically over. Although Tectone is about Shy Lily. He's mad at me for calling out Shy Lily. Shy Lily. Well, here's the thing, and I'll show it really quick to chat before we get ahead of ourselves.
Yes, Cocoon, that is what happened.
I'm going to close that. So here we go. Swap to full and swap to the podcast. So for those of you who don't know, Tectone is claiming or part of Tectone's claim lately, is that he's taking this very sensitively, and that these are his good friends, and he's trying not to milk this. Currently, this is what his channel looks like. He has made 9 videos on Cinder.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, that's 9.
He is milking the shit out of this.
That's amazing.
And it wouldn't be a problem, necessarily, if he didn't come out and be like, I'm trying to be very sensitive about my friends, and this is a very tough time for them. No, you're milking the shit out of this.
What's so funny, too, is he mentioned that you would wait for Cinder's official response, and you see, she responded, and she mentioned, like, they're gonna put more together, I'm sure, at this point, especially considering how much Saya Lily and others have been just like, no, you don't get to say sorry, what the fuck? Like, the fact that, 4 videos I could see after the response, because he kept saying he's waiting for Cinder's response, but we are well over that mark. We're 5 videos in after the response, so, I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, he is releasing about 2 or 3 videos a day on this, while claiming he's not milking the shit out of it. So I just want to clarify that.
Tectone, all I'm gonna say is you might want to refrain from milling, because this is a lot of milk.
So, drama reach the normies? No. So Tectone is sort of business partners with Shy Lily.
And yes, he is. He is.
So these are his actual, he has an actual vested interest in Lily being seen as the good person in this. But I wake up the other morning to my phone having 8 billion notifications. And it's because Tectone retweeted me. And all he said was, you shut your fucking mouth when talking about Lily. And it was just my phone was spamming with notifications.
Somebody who lives in Texas advocating for censorship.
Yeah.
That's nice of you, Tectone.
So, by itself, I kind of thought it was sort of whatever. And that's when I noticed that somebody sent me a clip to Tectone's stream. Tectone did not just retweet me. He retweeted me on stream and told his fans to go brigade me.
Yes, he did.
We're gonna race.
And there's also not even just this clip, there's also actual on YouTube. He made a video where the first words out of his mouth, apparently Mizu Tamari, and fucking he goes off on you.
Yeah. This is what he said, chat.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ratio the fuck out of him. We're gonna ratio the fuck out of him, bro. I got you. We only need 100 likes and we ratio this entire person's existence. Hell nah, bro. Hell nah. See, what the VTuber space don't realize is they've unlocked the guard dog of the VTubers, bro. You shit talking.
That is so funny to me. He is so up his own ass. I am the guard dog of the VTubers. Tell us you're the White Knight without telling us you're the White Knight.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to ask, how was your guard dogging doing when it came to Hexblade, because she quit?
This is so dumb.
Yanners, Aethel, Lily, Silver, just to name a few, I will fucking eat you alive, brother. I will eat you alive. I will eat you alive. Straight up, I don't. Better yet. Let's quadra ratio this shit, boys. We're going to sit here until this tweet has 500 likes. We're going to sit here.
Are you good, dude?
Fucking Exodia this bitch.
This is not the actions of a well man.
Yeah, I would.
How many followers do you have on Twitter,
I would like to point out, because Tectone thinks it's going to be hard to ratio me. On his Twitter, he has 243,000 followers. On my Twitter, that he's trying to ratio so hard. 5,000. I did the math just to double check it. He is 45 times bigger than me.
Jesus Christ.
45.6 or something. I put it in the calculator.
Bigger. But yeah, I gotta open the on-screen brigade to encourage this ratio, because I'm worried it's not gonna happen organically.
It's just so funny to me. And he's even bigger on Twitch and YouTube. Because he's not really good at the whole Twitter thing.
He did a really good job actually when he called Frogger, whatever her name is. I don't know what it is. She called her a name. Yeah, Frogan, thank you. Called her something, and he got banned for 2 weeks. He decided to see what a solo stream on YouTube would be. He broke like 11K viewers. So like, yeah, he's far bigger than any of us little tiny things. And it's just strange to me that you, being one of the more like critical and like detailed about the overview of Side Lily's video, his only response is shut your mouth. Not any countering of any of your many points. Just shut your fucking mouth when talking about this person. Okay. So we're gonna talk about it a whole lot more. And you know what? I'm gonna say that knowing Tectone has said the same exact thing when people have come at him telling him to shut up about things. Dude, I'm only using your I'm using your rules.
More of a promotion for you than anything. Exactly. Like, I'll get into this in a minute because I had a reply to it.
They delete their post. Yep. Hell nah. Fuck them. You're going to get banned again? Okay. All right.
Okay, so this is something I have to ask Twitch. You have people on your platform openly saying that they are doing stuff that they know is bannable, but they don't care. That's kind of where your platform is at this point. Where people are like...
Yeah, brigade, like enforcement for these smaller rules, like brigading and such, is just like, it's completely ignored. I've never seen anybody take a ban for this kind of behavior. Even though it's against US.
And it's one thing, like, for people that don't seem to realize that it's against the rules, because you can sort of make an excuse for them. He is openly on the front page of your platform saying, yeah, I know this is bannable. I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyways.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
At that point, that's permaban worthy. And I'm not, like, advocating for that. But I've seen people get banned for so much less. Like, oh, you showed some side booby at one point on your model. You're banned for a month.
I could show some thigh on this model. Boom, I'm gone from Twitch.
It's so dumb. Especially when you acknowledge that you're doing it.
Who cares? Who cares? I'm predicting they delete their tweet. Good, bro. Fuck them. I don't even know who the fuck this is. Anybody who shit talks
yeah, that's clear. But somehow it's still living rent free in your head.
And I mean that genuinely. They're a fucking enemy, man. They are. They are. All right, cool.
They're the enemy.
I'm an enemy. By the way, the chat...
There's no enemies in this, dude.
This is just like a short clip. He rants about me for like a solid 20 minutes. I don't want to sit here and watch 20 minutes of him whining about me.
No, the clip was enough.
I just wanted to point out that, yeah, he did brigade my tweet and said that he was trying to get me knocked off the internet because he's a pussy. But he replied again today because he actually got called out for this, like, even in his own community, where they're like, okay, why the fuck are you, like, targeting this tiny little account? Like, what's wrong with you? And he decided to post, I keep being told to stop bullying smaller streamers. I'm not. They got at least 200 pounds on me.
So, for those who don't know,
Tectone, my chat has seen me naked, so...
Tectone would eat us. Like, Tectone would Tectone is, like, both of us together might be near his body mass. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you're fucking huge. And, okay, you go into the gym and stuff, and a lot of it's muscle now, but, like, no, we're not fat tards on the internet. I'm sorry, I know that's a good way to excuse people's, like, credibility. Oh, they're just a fat fuck on the internet living in their parents' basement. But it's not 2009 anymore. Choose a new insult.
Yeah, like, bro, I don't even have 200 pounds on me, much less on you. Like, is it a fat joke? Yeah, it's a fat joke. He's trying to say I'm fat, which I think he's upset because in one of my tweets, where I said Tectone was, like, way bigger than me. Where is it? Down here. I basically just pointed out that, yeah, this dude is 50 times my size, is live, screaming at the top of his lungs about me, and trying to brag about ratioing me. I had a bunch of people reply to this one, saying, oh, you meant his account size. They were clearly making fun of him being fat.
Yeah, well, it's another one of the insecurities at Tectone, and it's part of why he's been hitting the gym so hard trying to get in shape, because yes, he bald and fat are the two insults you throw at him and it gets under his skin. He's admitted it.
Bald, fat, and divorced. That's a new one.
That is a new one. That's true. But honestly, for the better. Is X what's fucking crazy?
Like, because I don't
that's
like
the thing.
to.
I can speak positively of Tectone in some matters, but also say that, hey, dude, this was completely inappropriate, and stop being a little cunt.
Exactly. But yeah, this is kind of my reply to Tectone feeling the need to talk about me. Was a lot of the bigger creators don't realize they could have left my ranting as an obscure tweet on the edges of the community, but trying so hard to dogpile me and shut me up, people who wholly disagreed with me are starting to ask questions. Because that's what happens.
Yeah,
like, with the size Tectone is.
Coming around in our in our replies, though, I'm seeing a lot more people going, oh, yeah, this is a little weird, instead of just automatically shutting us down and telling us to shut up. That's not happening anymore after Tectone told you to shut up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, be careful what you reap.
It's just one of those things, like, you just let me, like, talk to myself, basically. Talk to my fans, talk to my community, have my weird schizo theories, but you can't have that. I have to be shut down. I have to be shut up. It's so weird.
Well, again, this always goes back to the thing. People only shoot flack at other people who are over target. So the fact of the matter is, you are on target with this examination, and Tectone didn't like it, and a lot of other people didn't like it, and they fucking shot at you. Whether or not they should have, and yeah, they shouldn't have brought out the 50mm howitzer fucking thing, right? But for some reason they did, which means to me, you're more on target than they like to admit.
Yeah. Let's see. So, that's about all I have, chat. But before I go, I'm going back to some of the super chats we didn't get to touch on. So, Wolfsbane for 2. In conclusion, these bitches ain't loyal. Kendra for 2. Nano blocked her. Huge asterisk 3 years later. Wolfsbane for 5. You mean the entire document, all of the receipts that she has shown us are 1,000 cuts to attack her. It's all build up, and 80% isn't even Cinder's words. Wolfsbane again for 5. Fun fact, orcapods have their own favorite foods and diets, as to not have competition. It's to the point that they are constituted as their own subspecies. That is interesting. I'm sorry, I can't read your name. $5. Your stream title was literally my first reaction to your video. Glad that someone is dissecting it. Who is your co-host? I don't see a link. I apologize. I will add a link to Ava in the description, but this is Ava Elfpire, my lolly...
Don't link me, I'm shy.
My lolly friend. Too bad I'm gonna link you. I'm gonna link to the sus site. No, I can't do that. YouTube will ban me.
No, you could.
YouTube will come for me if I do that.
Actually?
It's in their rules that you're not allowed to link to not safe for work off sites.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I think Twitch has the same thing.
To be fair, my specific page is extremely say-so. It's just I am literally inside a site of complete self.
Yep. Trimmer Aura God for $1.99. Ironic, shy through the bikini bottoms under the bus. And Mama Oko for 2. The Wii Fit music does not fit here. But I appreciate all of you coming out and showing support today. I'm not gonna lie, it actually has been a bit stressful like this last week, because it just every time I say anything, I'm immediately dogpiled. The Tectone thing didn't help. And honestly, I don't care about the dogpiling necessarily. I've had in the past people like spam report my account, and when a certain number of people do that, it becomes very hard to recover from it. And it just gets kind of stressful.
That's true.
What's your opinion on someone saying POCD is created by allegedly nobody at like 2010? I think the use of the word now can be different from how it's created and used before. I would say 99% of psychology terms came about in the last 30 years. And that would just be my response to that.
Absolutely.
Psychology has been severely neglected basically most of human history.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pretty much you had your most amount of like psychological development in terms of like the field. It's probably between the 1980s and early 2000s. And we are kind of at a stagnant standstill right now. But that's not the topic for discussion. But yeah, I would say that, yeah, most of all of human history, we've not really studied mental health very closely.
Well, because I actually get that question a lot, because I have a video on my channel called something like Kirsch Doesn't Understand POCD. Because a lot of people have tried to tell me that POCD is just like pedophile apologetics. And it's like, no, you don't understand. It is a type of OCD.
It's in the DSM-5, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a classified part of, and I'm just strictly speaking scientifically. I have represented clients, and again, I was minors counsel. And these were minors who were diagnosed with POCD.
Yeah.
So, this is not just something that is like, oh, this is just para-apologists. No, it's a very real disorder. It's a problem, and it's a problem that these people should be afforded resources to get help, so those obsessive thoughts don't become obsessive actions.
Yeah. I've said this to people before, and it doesn't just apply to POCD. If you look up basically any mental health condition, almost any one at all, and you actually read what it looks like, you're going to think that person is psychotic and needs to be buried under the prison. Because that's just how a lot of those deeper mental health conditions are. Like, there is no, immediate fix for it. And people, they either don't want to know that, or they know and they don't care.
Very, very true.
Yeah.
Rima!
I was thinking to send people to Dama.
I'm gonna give her a pass on this one, only because... Oh, Dama!
Yeah. Do you guys mind raiding into my friend Dama? Well, here, let me check and make sure she's not ending. Because that would be embarrassing.
I've done that before.
Nope, she's looking to raid.
John would have been funny.
You know what? Maybe now that I have some of chat's opinion on my side, maybe we go to Rima and have people get, both sides of the argument. What do you think? Is she watching Shy Lily's video right now?
So yeah, this is honestly, this is just appropriate.
You know what, chat? That's what we'll do. We'll send you to Rima, and you can have the opinion from the other side. Obviously, you can disagree with her within the bounds of Rima's rules, but don't just, throw a bunch of shade at her, because I like Rima. Be nice,
Rima's
chat.
Cool.
Love you all.
She just got back from vacation.
Yeah. Night, everybody. Or, enjoy the raid.
Good night.